You can't beat this stuff, eh?
No, it's great to have the Chapman family at every off-road race we go to, and it is a family affair, and to come all the way down from Queensland, I know it costs a lot of money, but it's a great sport, isn't it?
Mate, I wouldn't do anything else, eh? No, it is the best family-orientated sport that I know. That's why I got the kids into it, and they love it as well, so happy days.
Well, we hope Stuart comes up to pointy end today. All the best of luck.
Yeah,
thanks for coming in.
Good morning to all those that are following us on the live feed today. Sandy Bowman here with the Wells boys, Darren and Glenn.
Morning everybody online.
Welcome to day 2 of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship. First round here of the Big Desert 480, the ARB Big Desert 480. We're going to try and catch some of these drivers. The drivers are all starting to line up out there, so I'm going to wander down and see if we can catch a couple of them before they head out there for their first laps of day 2.
While you're heading down there to catch a few of those drivers, we'll have a little bit of a talk. I'd like to thank a few of the sponsors before we start, and of course one of our sponsors, the event host of course, is the Victorian Off-Road Racing Association, doing a great job. And of course, in conjunction with the Rainbow Risers Event Association, geez, the amount of infrastructure they've done here in the last 2 or 3 months, and with a grant, of course, that the club got from the state government, which we'd like to thank the state government for the grant, towards motor racing, and especially in country areas. And the amount of people that we had on the hill here yesterday, Glenn, gee, the spectators, we would have had 1,000 spectators from surrounding areas up on the hill here yesterday. It was a great day. They all came out to see the action-packed prologue that we had here. Gee, it was on, wasn't it? It wasn't until the last couple of cars we worked out who the winner was, of course, and that was Danny Brown.
Yeah, mate. I'm just down here with the Martins there in car 1, last year's championship leader, winner, and ready to go out for second day of your championship first round.
Yeah, it's going to be a big day. Starting off behind Greg Gartner's not going to be too easy of a feat to catch him, but we'll just do our own thing, try and stay out of trouble, and yeah, it's going to be hectic out there today. A lot of cars out already, so try and look after the car and bring it to the finish line.
And I see there's a good mix up the front end. We've got Class 4 with Gartner's car, your car, and then behind you got Bowie in his 10 car. Yeah, he's charging pretty good, hey?
Oh, he's done a great job. He's always up there, you know, in that Class 10. He's a really great driver, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him up on the podium this afternoon. He's always consistent in finishing races, so that's what you need to be.
All right, mate. Well, good luck you two. Good luck, Andre. Have a good race. We'll see you at the finish line. We'll go down and have a quick chat to Bowie, who's done a stellar job just getting into third place in a 10 car. So, hey mate, how you feeling about today? Hopefully we can catch the Martins in that thing, huh? I know there's a big gap on time, but if you can get in front, you never know what'll happen.
Yeah, I think we'll need a bit to go our way to keep up with him, but yeah, it's it'll get rough out there, and we'll be just, like say, it's hard going in that sand with, you know, limited power, so we'll do our best.
All right, well, good luck you two. I'll help you feed that back in. There you are. Enjoy the day. I'll try not to. Yeah. All right. You'll see down here, Andy Brown going out. They're all starting to feed down. They're a bit rushed, running a bit behind time, so we might have to let them go and get lined up. It's a good mix of cars up this top end, isn't it?
Certainly is, Sandy. There's a bit of everything there. It's a bit of Heinz variety there, but that's what we want to see, and it's going to make for good racing today, that's for sure.
And the breeze has picked up out here too, so the water truck's been out this morning and given it a little bit of a dull down on the dust side of things. Morning, mate. there's still a lot of top high-end cars out here, and I don't think we're going to see much many of these guys wanting to give up with the amount of skill and stuff involved out there at the moment.
Well, about 3 minutes to the start. And the cars will be leaving at 30-second intervals. And we have 2 continuous laps, and then the cars will have a 45-minute service break, and then they'll proceed out in the same order as they come in at the end of that 45-minute service break for the final section, which will be another 2 continuous laps of 72 kilometres.
And with that, they've although they're going out at 30-second intervals, the gaps between these top few cars, Greg Gartner obviously in the front there at one total run time of 1 hour and 25 minutes and 57 seconds, and then behind him he's got Brent Martin at 1:26.37. So under a minute behind him. It's only 10 seconds really from his starting time, 40 seconds. And then Bowie at 1:31, so there's about 6 minutes between first and third, although they're starting out 30 seconds apart. Bowie's still got a fair bit of time to make up overall.
He's certainly done a grand job to get that 10 car in that third position after 2 laps. Like that's a terrific drive.
Especially when you look at who's behind him. Andy Brown, the nickel car.
The Tuckers, Michael Marson, and then you got Mick Marr.
The new Burrows car. And then it looks like Stu Chapman's been placed in between the 2 Burrows cars.
He has. Looks like he's
been
seated.
Not where I'd want to be for the start of today.
Oh no, but the dust factor, obviously it's good to see the breeze up so early. Normally it comes up a bit later, but it's blowing the right way at the moment too, and it should make for good conditions for the drivers and also us, the spectators.
Sure will. We're not... we're getting very close to race start here. Gartner's sitting on the line. I'm sure they've all done prep overnight. Some of these guys tear half the car down before they come out today. I'll tell you what, I had a funny little story yesterday. I think it was Matty Hansen that overtook Heath Whedon, and I went down to the pitch yesterday after it all finished, and Heath Whedon tells me there's a bloomin' lizard in his car. Not kidding. He hit a slightly low branch as he pulled over to let Matt through. I think it was Matt. And a lizard came in through the roof vent, so he did 30 kilometres without him anyway. They got him out safely last night and set him free, but the things that happen in racing.
Yeah, you would never think, would you? Could have been worse. It could have been a snake, Sandy.
Well,
that'd make life interesting.
I'm sure that's happened too somewhere, but they chased the lizard around the car for a few hours last night before they managed to track him down out of the back quarter panel, out of Heath Whedon's GU patrol. Gee, these cars, they look spotless, don't they?
Well prepped, and obviously, as you said, they would have spent a few hours in the pits last night polishing them up again.
First truck away.
Greggy Gartner is off the line. So there you have it, folks. Your first car on track for day 2.
He said he was going to take it easy this morning, Sandy, and did he look like he was taking it easy?
No. Easy. He can go harder than that.
He was down there this morning. He was all pumped up and filling her up with fuel, about 300 litres of fuel, race fuel, and of course that thing's got 39 or 40-inch tyres. I think it might have 40-inch tyres.
40s, I think. Pretty sure it's got 40s on it.
As the Martin car goes, so it'll be thick and fast every 30 seconds, ladies and gents. So
Gartner is on the gas down the back of the fence line, the tree line here, down near the lake wells.
Certainly was. That was making some time along there, along the tree line.
I heard the Martins had a little bit of oil consumption issue yesterday.
Can you believe Craig, though?
No, well, yeah, you're right.
He plays the game.
Bowie's off the line. Our first 10 car in. He's got a lot of work. He basically, to hit the top spot, he has to make up 6 minutes on Greg Gartner, which I reckon that's a pretty hard feat myself.
Certainly got some pace, that Gardner car, and so is Martin as he dances down that bottom chute. And now you see Greg coming back the other way. And
we're about to see Andy hit off the line. Andy and Daniel Harvin in the passenger seat. They tell me it's a ride and a half with Andy because he's just out there for the gags. But
yeah,
there's still a bit of competitive nature in there, I'm sure. I'm sure he just doesn't come out here to relax totally.
Well, I must say, Sandy, I went for a ride with Andy at Gundawindi last year in that new car of his, and it's certainly a weapon. And we were going over the stuff that I would never have believed that I would have gone over in the old Rivmaster days when I was driving, but we were coming at that stuff at about 235 kilometres an hour, and I tell you what, I was grabbing hold of the seat belts. But Andy's certainly a good driver at 64 years of age. He certainly gives it plenty, and of course, as we know, he's a very, very competitive driver and still goes over to America driving. But we've got some other guys out here that all want to be up the pointy end.
yeah, we've got the Tuckers away in 110. They put in a great day yesterday.
That's phenomenal. You know, they're starting in front of a few of these big turbo cars.
Mick Marson on the line. Boy, doesn't this thing sound well with that big 5 litre or it's a 6 litre, is it?
6
Ford.
litre Windsor.
Windsor. Gee, not many. No other buggy that I know of runs a Ford 6 litre Windsor with a big 8 stack on top. Gee whiz.
That was Michael Marson in 32, yeah. This one, yeah, sounds great too. Built by JB Automotive in Brisbane, and just sounds strong.
Mick Mayer in the big Tesco trophy truck. Boy, gee, that was showing some pace yesterday as well.
And handling those big jumps down in front of us here like they weren't even there.
That's where these trucks shine, Sandy, out the back in that real rough stuff.
On the in through the desert. I was speaking to a couple, I spoke to Pup this morning about the whoops. As you see Mick Mayer leading the line. I spoke to Pup yesterday, this morning about those whoops out in the desert. And he said it was sort of monotonous, and you'd see a car coming behind you, one of the trucks, and you go, I'll just pull over early, let him through, you know.
Or he'll run over you. Well, of course, 8-time Australian champion Mark Burrows on the line in that brand new Monk-built buggy. First race this weekend. Mark said he's just changing gears and he wants to finish, get some miles under the belt. Certainly does everything right, though. He's very happy with it. About 23 inches of wheel travel all the way around on that car. It's got the Commodore twin-turbo V6 in the back of it.
As a helicopter comes out overhead, and of course, keep in mind that rides are available. You can get a short ride or a long ride. So, yeah, if you've never been in a helicopter, here's your chance.
Stuart Chapman away.
He had a little issue, as Rob said earlier, but the chappies don't give in too easily. They've
Wastegate rod come off, and he got a bit of fence wire and wired her up out there and got going again. They fixed it overnight. So
I don't think they're fixing Clayton's car overnight, though.
No, not that broken crankshaft. Of course, Matthew Burrows on the line. Car number 123, Jimco. It's got the V6 Commodore motor in the back, normally aspirated.
Came in behind his dad yesterday.
Certainly, those boys put in the hard yards. The Burrows team also won on Friday night, judged by the scrutineers, the best presented car and team. So, of course, they'll get the big trophy tonight at the presentation.
Wouldn't have been easy either, that selection, because, you know, they were up there, but, gee, there was a lot of nice-looking cars there Friday night.
Craig Groff. Of course, Craig's come all the way down. He's got Tony Fellhaber in the navigator seat with him, all the way down from Queensland. It's a great effort. A lot of these drivers all the way down from Queensland, and of course they've come down to the sunshine. And these cars look beautiful on the big screen because there's no mud, not one bit of mud. It's all a little bit of dust hanging, but the wind's picked up, the ARB flags are flying. It's going to be a great day's racing, boys.
And we've got the element buggy of Aaron and Liz Havey off the start line. Good to see that they had a little issue yesterday.
They battled some electrical issues
Is that what it was?
on the TPS or the throttle body or something. So they got you stopping here and there and wiggling wires to get going again. So that's what their issue was yesterday.
But you can't count them out as Molesy from Alice Springs leads the start line. That thing sounds strong too, Sandy.
Yes, he said he was prepped to go elsewhere, as we all know from yesterday, and he drove basically 20 hours. They hadn't slept when they came down, and he was tired and grumpy last night, and he needed a feed and a nap.
Well, it's a true Australian championship when you really think about it. We've got people from the top end of Queensland, all from Melbourne,
All
from
around Australia.
Alice Springs. They've come from everywhere. They all want to get that their name on that trophy at the end of the year. They all want to be that Australian champion for 2023.
And it's possible in pretty much any class car out here.
Certainly is, Sandy. You
The way
just
the
got to
point
get
system's
points. Yep, points in each
allocated.
class.
Well, the Martins have showed that twice now. He's in a Pro Light or Class 1 car. The cleaned up, which is the second highest class you can be in. So it's not the ultimate class, so it's not the biggest stuff.
So we're fortunate enough to be sitting in the comm box here and we're looking at our big screen. Geez, it looks a treat. Of course, it's going home to all the people sitting at home, probably sitting up in bed, having a coffee and some toast.
Yep.
And, isn't it great to be able to take this racing to the people at home all over Australia, all over the world?
Thanks for tuning in. Car 43 off the line. Got a few
Glenn
of the-
McIntyre.
I spoke to, I see down there, car 37, Chandler's car. They were playing around with supercharger belts yesterday. They had a misalignment on one of the pulleys. So they had, I think they said they're down to their last ratty supercharger belt, I think is what he said to me.
I'm surprised they found that pulley. Have you looked in the back of that car? You can't see the motor.
Yeah.
Oh,
Dave and Alice Middlemiss lead the start line.
of course, they've been campaigners for a lot of years, Glenn, in that beam car, and they're always at the pointy end of their class, which is Class 1 this year. And next along, look who we've got on the line now, old Pup.
Tyrrell.
Yeah,
And-
James Tyrrell.
When I was having a chat with him this morning, he was like, he just was a bit flabbergasted on how Bowie does it. He didn't know how Bowie can get that thing that far up the line. So he's got a bit of work to do. And Class 10, as we know, has grown a lot over the last couple of years since it started.
So I think the right answer to that is that Bowie's car's 2 years old and Pup's car's 33 years old.
Well, true. Yeah.
So the technology's come a long way.
Yeah. Dean Carter is away. Well presented car, that too. We've got
Well, we've got Trevor Chandler in the King Chrome buggy. Lost the supercharger belt yesterday, so they put him out, but obviously he had a spare, as you said, Sandy, and he's got it back out there, so good to see him out there. Just got a 3-litre Jaguar engine in the back with a supercharger on top.
sounded like that belt was already squealing off the line. Did you hear that, mate?
Yeah, squealing to get out of here.
He did come in yesterday with no boost. He said he only got like 10 k's out and drove the thing naturally aspirated, which is nearly worse when you're trying to suck through a supercharger than it is without the supercharger sitting on top of it.
Jamie Knight, all the way down from Gundawindi, Queensland. Of course, he's the president of the Gundawindi Off-Road Association up there, and he does a great job. New truck for him. It's only, I think he's only had that for about 2 years, and he's still sorting out a few little issues.
1 year. His wife Cal's just in front of us. She's pointing out it's only 1 year.
1 year. I think
since
she said
he's,
last night it was
obtained
his
it off.
fourth race.
Fourth race. There you go.
It's 68 leaves the start line, which is
Barnett
Craig
car.
Barnett, the Barnetts, in the Southern Cross Mark 6 6-litre Chevy powered buggy.
We don't know who's in the left-hand seat. It could be Megan Barnett or Gary Hardy. But I'm sure we'll get told during the course of the day. Kirk Steffen.
Kurt from Teagle Excavations, who puts his hand out or throws his hand out at people to come along and race the Pines towards the end of the year, our final race for the season. He had a few issues with his own car yesterday. He had the brake and clutch master cylinder catch fire in the car. He had wiring catch fire. Went down there, half the side of the car was melted in the engine bay around the engine. So
Simon Gubbins and Ben Lugg. Car number 690, which is the Can-Am X3. Off the line, they did a very, very good prologue time yesterday. I was very impressed with their driving. And of course, they were up the top of the heap there for a while until the big boys came out. But next on the line, we've got the most well-travelled off-roaders in Australia, Mark Foster and Tanya Foster.
I saw a couple of people yesterday wanting a bit of extra dampening into the back ends of their cars. I saw the new Burrows car getting a bit more wound in. I think these guys the Foster car was winding a bit more in. There was 3 or 4 cars out there that obviously they didn't realise how much punch those whoops out the back can give the back end of the cars. So,
well, you're right there. Mark Burrows said it was pretty tough in that new car, and he's still sorting out the suspension. So we've got Steve Chilby and Matthew Smith in the Can-Am Rotax 900cc. If you're only a new person to off-road racing and you're standing on the hill, you're looking at these couple of cars that are lined up now. They're Can-Ams. They run a 900cc turbocharged engine. The motors in these things originated from a snowmobile. And of course, Can-Am use the same motor in nearly everything. They use them in chainsaws and Can-Ams and snowmobiles and everything over there. But they're a very healthy engine.
yep, and 2 Class 11 cars off the line.
That's right. So we've got Darren Frank.
It's sitting a wee bit small. It's not thick dust out here, but it is still sitting about.
The flags are flying well though, which is good. Normally it's quite subtle here in the mornings, and it gets a bit blowier in the afternoons. But the flags are upright, so that's a good sign.
I tell you who is missing off our list is Brock Pendlebury and Ty Girardi. He's supposed to be on the line there now.
Brock Pendlebury did have an issue with his a rear main when I went down there yesterday. He thought it was a rear main, and he didn't know whether he was going to pull it out. He was actually trying to get onto the old boy, because he said his old man knows more about the car than he does, and to basically make a decision whether they come out or not today. So you're right, he is not out there, and that may be the reason.
I think I can just read it. I think this is car number 210. Girardi.
Yes.
From NT, and of course Rod Berry from New South Wales is navigating.
They might meet in the middle to do some practice, maybe.
Yeah, certainly. The navigator's come a long way. And of course, there's our another competitor from Northern Territory. And next one up is 1092, Dale Stanton, New South Wales. Always been around a while. He's got the nod to look at the lights. So, of course, we start with lights here. 30-second intervals, I believe. The dust factor is probably about 35 seconds drop out there by the look of it. Seems to be hanging a little bit.
Oh no, don't tell me the fire's gone out.
Oh, we pumped his tyres up. We've given him the commentator's curse.
Not good.
And looks like they're going to push him off the line. No, it's going. Yes, no. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
No, not good. So Dale Stanton and
There's enough room.
Craig.
Me and Terry's lined up. There's enough room to go back around. The rest of these cars down here all suffered some issues out there yesterday afternoon.
well, Ian Terry was bogged. I believe he was bogged for about 2 hours, and apparently they reckon he's really good on a shovel.
Jake Stevo lined up next. He had an issue with flat tyres. So a lot of these guys down here, I see the 4 Class 7s, 3 of them the last 3 cars, so they obviously struggled a fair bit. I'm not too sure what happened to that Parker 76, but the Toyota wagon yesterday, whether he had dramas or he just battled with the big whoops or not. There you go, have a chat away.
Peter Stevens, navigated by son Jake.
We call him Have a Chat because he's always in for a talk. Every time you go near him, he's always in for a lengthy talk. It's always about off-road racing. A long family, his wife, his son. Big campaigners of off-road racing. And
Been around a long time.
Long time, yeah, in the sport.
He still loves his sand racing too.
Certainly does. Matt Larvis from New South Wales, car number 6684.
Look at that thing bouncing across. You see that? Crossing
Yeah,
up the
it
suspension.
was popping up and down.
On your screen. The big Mars coming through.
Well, Mick Maher's been out there for quite a while, so it'd be a fair bit in.
Yeah, I'm tipping
Here's
these
the
boys.
Whedon car. Is that the car that you said had the lizard in it
Yeah.
yesterday? Yeah, I see the open top one. It's amazing. A lizard found its way through that.
On a branch, and the only bit of branch he hit, the lizard landed on his lap, and he didn't know what to do. Quite very comical, especially when it took him 4 hours to catch it.
So the spectator hill's filled up, but filling up slowly. A lot of the spectators are coming in, probably getting out to have a bit of a sleep in on a Sunday morning from surrounding areas, and I'll say, let's go to that off-road race down the road. It's going to be a great day, and of course,
They probably don't even need to when they can sit at home and watch it live.
well, they can, but why not be out here and get the dust in your eyes and smell the race fuel?
And hear those
Yeah,
engines.
you got to hear the motors. You got to be here to really feel it. But what about the food in the tent with the ladies
I
here? The
did
steak
sneak
sandwiches.
I did sneak an egg and bacon in this morning.
Oh, gee, you want to watch your figure, Sandy?
We've had 1082 Rod Steiber from Queensland and Jason Larvis in the Southern Cross. They've left the start line, and now we've got 1071 Thomas Forsman, is it? No, he's gone. We've missed him. This is Norman Hank Parker from Queensland and Mark Robinson. And then 798, I believe. Yes.
Parker's contracting.
Last 2 vehicles.
Toyota 76 series. We have a little bit of trouble reading the numbers, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, because we've got a tree right in the way. We can't see round the branches. So we'll have to do something about that tree for next year. We'll move the start line up between both of them, I think. But there we go, 729, I believe that is.
Yep, Connor
Yeah, it is,
Cooper
mate.
and Daniel Oldacre.
These two cars, the Cooper's car and the Tilson car behind them, who's about on the line now, both had coil issues.
Well, 7:29. It's going to be a long day at the office. Looking at the way that's going down that main straight there.
I reckon I
Gee
could walk
whiz.
faster than that at the moment. I
You'd
don't know
be in
whether
the
he's
back
going to,
seat playing cards.
unless it clears out, I wouldn't commit to too much further.
Certainly is. So you'll be able to blinker on very shortly. Down on that first left-hander. So how long is it going to take to do a lap? Wow.
Yesterday,
43 minutes, I'd
43,
say.
Yeah, 40-something minutes yesterday, wasn't it?
42 minutes, I'd say. 43 minutes.
42 was the fastest yesterday. We had Greg Gartner at a 42 yesterday, and then they dropped off slowly as they went down. I think Andy Brown did about a 44 or 45. And then, of course, as we went down the field, they got down near the 50s. A lot of cars in the 50, 56s.
Running in traffic too, that doesn't help. When you have to pass cars in the dust and
The smart people today will just be out there shifting gears and trying to get through the day. If they looked at how many cars that we had parked in the pits from 2 laps yesterday that were damaged, the track is definitely one of those ones that very testing in sections. We've got some lovely secondary road sections which you can put your arm out the side and cruise along those at about 220 k's. And then we've got other sections over the back, very sandy, very gnarly.
I see a lot of the cars are out in the desert right now. Gartner looks like he's well over halfway around, so he'll be he's following the edge of the desert around at the moment. And we've also got behind him, Bowie. It looks like Bowie is either right upon Andy Brown. Yep, look at that. Bowie and Andy Brown. Andy Brown must be either right up Bowie or...
He'll be all over him.
I don't know what's going on out there, but...
And guess what? Daniel Hardman would just be pushing him up there, wouldn't he?
Yeah, I don't think they'll be... it looks like he's from... We only get selected updates. The internet's a bit slow out here.
So we're on Rally Safe, of course, ladies and gentlemen. We've got an app. All these cars have a transponder on them, and it goes to an app, and of course it's called Rally Safe, and it's a bit of safety equipment that we have in these cars. If they have an accident or they stop, it sends a signal back to a main base, which is one of the Tico sheds there on your right, and there's a chap sitting in there, and he can get in touch with every one of those cars on the track. So if you have an incident, you've got to push whether you need help or you don't. And of course we can get to those cars very, very quickly. So it's a great new bit of technology we've got. Well, up in the booth here, Sandy's looking at a screen and we can plot where every car is on the circuit. And
we've got Brett Gartner's still got a big gap between him and Brent Martin. We seem to have car 430 out there. Not sure what that's about. That's
Damien Nicol.
Oh, Damien Nicol. Oh, there. Sorry, we've just done an update. So Andy has gone around Bowie. Then you've got... Oh, no. See, this is what happens. See, our updates just happen. They are together. And I'm tipping Andy can out suspension Bowie out in that rough stuff.
Ooh, very similar cars though, mate. Yeah. You know, that's the problem. Both those cars are built at the same time. One's a little bit lighter, and that's Bowie's car's a little bit more nimble than Andy's. Andy's definitely got more horsepower than Bowie's, but the weight factor where Bowie's will be doing it a little bit easier in the rough stuff. About the same amount of wheel travel, so...
Oh, there you go. So we go back down the queue. 110, we've got 32, which is the Marson entry. Burrows looks like he's closing in on... Closing in as well. Down to car 17, 482. Car 135, which is Molesey. They've not long entered the desert. Car 23, 1057, and we've got that nicely presented 408 truck just coming into the sandy section of the desert there. They're just turning in onto the desert. Out where Recovery 9, that's where our boys are.
That's Dean Miller.
Dean Miller in the 408 truck.
So your prediction for today, Sandy, I'm going to put you on the spot, mate. While we're early into the race, we haven't completed a lap. You know, I want you to tell me who your prediction is today.
I did put my money on Greg for the prologue, and I probably should stick with him. And it's not just because he's out front now, but he's done very well out here over the years. So
yeah, well, I was on a Zoom.
Usually doesn't break.
I was on a Zoom meeting there, I think, last week at some stage there, and someone asked me what my prediction was, and I said, Greg Gartner's won this race before. He'll be hard to toss, and I think Greggy Gartner, if he stays out in front, doesn't get a puncher, and nothing goes wrong, of course, I think he'll come over that line first, but he has got Brent Martin behind him, and he is a hard charger. And Bowie Graham, Andy Brown, there's blokes behind him, but
look at the gaps out here. You know, the gaps look pretty tight and pretty even around most of these fellas.
I'm looking at that number 32. Mick Marson from Queensland with that 6 litre Ford motor in the back. He is a hard charger, Mick Marson.
Yep, definitely doesn't muck around.
So,
yeah, I just see over in the pits, Connor Cooper in that GQ control that got off slowly. He's back in. Can't tell what red. Changing tyre. They're pulling the tyre off down here. Just down in front of us here. They'll tell us in that pit. No, that's not the Chapman car. There is one Chapman car in the pits, but there's also. That was this 2-class car.
Said they're 210.
Car 1092 is back into the pits there. They've got the crew on board trying to work out something wrong with the engine in the back. Yeah.
Dale Stanton. Of course, we saw them at the start line. They had an issue when they took off. It went about 2 feet.
That was it.
Yeah.
That was it. I remember now.
So it looked a little bit electrical, which what was happening there. It didn't break anything. It didn't make any noises like it broke something. And
well, there's 3 of them hanging over the engine in there at the moment, hoping that they can get the thing going.
It's got the Nissan SR20 in the back of it, so I hope they can rectify the motor.
It's usually a super reliable motor out here. It's been probably getting on a bit now, but has usually been well used over the years.
Well, it might be, the motor might be okay. It might be all the wires that go into it. Which seems to be an issue with washing off-road cars all the time when they're covered in mud, Sandy, and you know as well as I do, it's very abrasive and everything wears and rattles, and then you get a wire break off, and
the
next minute,
vibration of will vibrate that. You know, if the wire's not secured, it'll move up and down, and over those bumps out there, you'll come in, it'll just wear through. You know,
well, I can tell you one thing.
Internally.
The problem that Dale's had on the starting line there, you want to happen right there. You don't need it to happen about 40 kilometres out the back in the middle of nowhere.
Definitely.
He can get to the pits and get to the toolbox, fix it up, and get back out there and have a bit of fun.
We just saw the Foster car on the screen. Car 411. It seems like they're moving along quite nicely.
So hopefully the people at home are looking at this big screen that we've got where we had a bit of piculating problem this morning, but they've sorted that out and got Starlink working well now. It might drop in and out a little bit, but we've got a Starlink hookup. So it's going well, and we hope that it's bringing all the footage into your lounge rooms.
It can be quite challenging out here getting reception out in the deserts.
It certainly shows where the cars are on the track. It's a good picture looking at the big screen telling you where the cars are actually placed on the track.
And if you look, it looks like Gartner's opening up his lead there on Brent, so he is well ahead. He's about to hit some of these fast roads on the way back in by the looks of it. So.
Well, of course, Greggy won't have any dust at all, and he's just doing his own thing out in front. And Greg told me down in the pits this morning there on lap 2, he nodded off a little bit there, and he said he could see Brent in the mirror, and he thought, hang on here, Brent's catching up. So he said he put his foot down again, but certainly a lot of dust coming off the back of that big truck.
30 minutes he's been gone, so we expect him around the 42, 43 minutes, so another 13 odd minutes. But if you look straight forward from the spectator area over slightly to the left, there's a tree line right over in the distance, and that's when you first start seeing the vehicles coming back. You see the dust line. So keep your eyes peeled over in that area, because it won't be too much longer when we get the front few cars start thundering down those straights over there.
Yeah, mate, I'm just having a look. Our last update from the brown car, 45, was about 40 seconds ago, and they look like they've stopped. No. Well, they haven't moved. Mate, they were right up. Brent, if you can see here, that's Brent in number 1. And then you've got car 430, car 1065's motored past, but Andy Brown may be pulled over for an issue. That's the crack in the crankshaft car, which, I don't know.
Who can you believe in off-road
Yeah, Greg's on these faster roads back in. He's got to go around the edge of that flora and fauna reserve before he starts coming back in. You can see on your screen, folks. I don't know if you can see that too well on your screens, those whoops that they just showed there. But, mate, there's a fair few cars already out on the edge of the desert there. Car 690's just entered the edge of the desert. And if you can see on the top of your screen, that's about where the desert starts. There's a little wiggle there before they follow that edge all the way around. There seems to be a few cars. Car 37, which is on its way, nearly looks like it's Trevor Chandler on his way back in. He might have done another supercharger belt out there.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. When you have one problem on the Saturday, it sort of tends to snowball into Sunday, and belt issues, and especially on Trevor's car, a mid-mount car like that, the engine's very hard to get into.
Yeah, so he looks like he's on his way back in already.
Unfortunately, yeah, they've only just fitted that supercharger. He's been running it last year with no supercharger, and of course.
And he said he changed to a V8 supercharger on it instead of the V6 supercharger just recently. And they were about 2 mil out in the alignment of the belt. So I would have checked that before I came out here, but we all make mistakes.
That's not ideal, is it?
Yeah, so that's the first of our cars that seem like they're out.
As they say, you learn by your mistakes, Sandy. And in off-road racing, we've all made them.
Plenty.
Yeah,
Make
plenty. Plenty of them. But what a lovely day in Rainbow. It's really turned it on, hasn't it? And a little bit of breeze up. Fantastic. Look at that new big blow-up finishing line. ARB, Mickey Thompson tyres and Raceline wheels have all put in and purchased a new big blow-up start finishing line banner. And it's certainly a picture. And, of course, we've got the big screen, which is put up here by Screenshot Big Screens. It's a big LED screen. Of course, it's sending a signal up to our Starlink. We sound pretty professional here, don't we, this weekend?
We've got it all going on, mate.
So when we're sending it all home to people all over the world. And it won't be long before our first car's through, which will be Greg Gardner and Jamie Jennings. That Jamie Jennings must have a big heart, mate. Sitting up there with Greggy Gardner.
Yeah, I'm not sure I could do it.
And of course, we've seen Greggy Gardner. For the people that don't know him, he used to be on TV there driving the those stadium trucks on the bitumen with Robbie Gordon.
Is that the brown entry we see on our screens there?
Yes.
Getting followed by maybe the nickel car?
Yes.
That's what it looks like to me. Maybe brown entry did.
An issue.
Normally wouldn't get there. Gee, that sand looks soft there, mate. Yeah. It's not like Fink where these guys can get out on top and have a big wide open desert, you know. Damien Nickel
started 30 seconds behind Andy Brown. But, of course, as we all know, Andy hasn't got the best back in the world. And I think in that situation...
Or the best eyesight, mate.
No. He said, I don't know whether it's my back or my eyesight, but he said at over 200 it goes a bit blurry. And he told me that up at Gundawindi when he was doing 237.
Yeah. And not far behind them, if we just go through the desert there, we've got Bowie not far behind those, car 110 just in front of Bowie, then the Burrows entry, all still motoring around the desert, 482, and then Habees right up the back of Mick Maher out in the desert. So they'll be wanting to get around him.
Look out for Aaron and Liz Harvey. They'll be charging hard today.
Car 23 up there, car 17. So they've got, I think there's the
Craig Groke. He's
out 23. Sorry, yes.
He's out there too. Car number 23 with Tony Fellhaber. Oh, they could send a cat amongst the pigeons too, those boys from Queensland. They're up the pointy end. So Aaron and Liz Habe, ex-champions of this series, Australian Championship winners over the years, and of course Aaron Habe in the last couple of years has just fitted a Toyota V6 Orion motor, which is twin turbo. He campaigned a V8 for quite a number of years, a 6-litre V8 Chevrolet engine, and he said to me, Darren, it just wasn't fast enough. I was getting passed by twin turbo cars out there. So he said, if you can't beat them, join them. He's put it in the back, and he's finding he's having a lot of fun with it. He's won a lot of races, but they're very temperamental too.
Well, well, there you go, folks. We've got a few
Audio issues.
audio issues. That always happens.
Yeah,
it's
that
like
does,
car
yeah.
issues.
Yeah.
I see the guys down in the pits there still playing around with that 10 car. So we're not far off seeing Greg come in. I have got binoculars with me today, fellas, because we're not seeing dust over there. I reckon if we're looking out over the start line, we're getting a bit of dust going on. But Greg is currently on that big long straight coming back in towards the stadium.
Certainly right now, Sandy, we can hear you loud and clear, and of course inside the comm box this year we've got a whole lot of new audio gear from donated from McLean Sound. Done a great job, and all the new speakers we have out on the service are all donated from McLean Sound, so we want to thank them very much for that donation, and of course that makes us nice and loud and clear. But I must say, inside the box this year, it's like walking around in the back of a TV set. There's lots of wires in here. Don't touch too many things.
There are, folks, over on your left. You'll see the first stream of dust coming in. Greg Gartner's come in probably well over 200k an hour. He was spotted out there yesterday, 220k an hour or something he was doing. Coming in on your left, back into the arena. Have a listen to it. And I reckon he'll be like that for the whole day.
Well, you'd like to think so anyway, Sandy. Of course, as we've known over the years, a bloke called Craig Carrison, well-renowned engine builder in Mount Gambier, builds that engine in that car and freshens it up at the start of every year. So I would presume that would be a lovely fresh engine in for this event. And if Greg revs it right up to about 8,000 or 9,000 every gear change, and when he comes past, he'll probably do, I would nearly bet that he will do probably the biggest jump of the day. He normally leaves it to the last lap, ladies and gentlemen, so don't go home. But the start-finishing line in front of us here, he will jump a good 30 or 40 metres. He shows it no mercy. He gives it a big lot of, probably doing a best part of 200 when he comes over that start-finishing line there. So stay tuned. He won't be far away.
And also, who won't be far away, is just entered that long speed section on the way back in over in the far distance on the left there, is Brent Martin, mate. He's still holding on. The gap has opened up between those two, though, so I think he's going to be doing it tough to even get near Greg by the end of the day. You'll see we do have a couple of other cameras out in the desert.
Well, Brent did say to me, Sandy, that he's not going to try and drive up on him in the dust. That's when you have accidents and things happen. He said, I'll just try and wear him down.
Yep. He mustn't be far away, mate, because the dust is in our out of our left window there. You'll see him coming back down to do his switch back down in front of the airport. Then he'll come back up again and swing around to the finish line, and that thing's screaming.
I did pick up, it's got a little miss at about 9,000.
It sounded like it, didn't it?
Must have the best valve springs in that in the world.
I'm at the back door, mate, out here at the
Sounds like it's
commentary
going
box, and
easy.
it sounds phenomenal.
Man, listen to that thing. About now, if I was a navigator, I'd be going, stop the car, I'm out of here. If I was still alive. Showing
Look
this
for the
thing,
big jump.
No
He
mercy.
won't back off. Big jump. Beautiful.
Oh.
Look at that.
There he is. He finished his first lap of 4 today.
Gee
He'll be
whiz.
on his way back out to the desert.
Landed like it was on cushions, didn't it?
It did indeed, mate.
Yes. Imagine how that would be out the back in that big, rough terrain out there. It'd be like, you wouldn't even know, would you?
No, apparently not.
Glad he's going easy on it. He said it takes him a lap or so just to get going and to get wound up. So look at that thing down the bottom there. That is just making time.
You see on your screen you've got Kurt Steffen is currently the last car on track, and I'm not too sure how long it's going to take Greg to catch him, but he'd want to get a move on. The last of our cars, apart from Kurt, is actually entered the desert, so those few Class 7s and Class 6 cars.
So he's a bit more than 30 seconds away now, Brent Martin. It's been more than 30 seconds now since Greggy Gartner's gone through.
And there's still no sign of Brent.
No, Brent's backed off a little bit. I think he said he's just going to massage it through to the end of the race.
I'm glad someone has, because the bloke out in front hasn't backed off, that's for sure.
So Greg Gartner's done a faster time than yesterday. He's done his first lap this morning is a 41.47, ladies and gentlemen. That's quite amazing. Yesterday he was 42.5.
And the track's only getting rougher out there. Those corners in the
certainly
desert
right.
are big out.
The rougher it gets, the more it suits these trophy trucks.
He's rubbing it in their face, isn't he, really, when you look at it, that a 41.47's very smart time.
And I think you'll see Brent over on our left.
Yeah, there's Brent over there now.
In our last year's champion.
He must look across and go,
And then Andy Brown, I see the helicopter coming in, so I'm tipping they're following. Might be some of the Martins up in that chopper.
Hey, what about the
watching
chopper
Dad.
rides? Got to have a ride in that chopper today, don't we?
Indeed.
You're going up, they tell me, Sandy.
Oh, well. I'm no good with heights, mate.
Yeah, the boys.
You know I can't fly, anyone that knows me.
The boys.
I'm all right with heights, I'm just worried about the
landing?
The landing.
The boys out the back next to the food vendors out here, they've got their tent set up, and if you want to do a helicopter ride today, just go down. I'll find the pricing a bit later on, but they reckon it's a great day. I was talking to a few people that went on the helicopter yesterday, and they followed their car around. The driver of the pilot of the helicopter actually found the number of the car they wanted, and they chased the car along. So as you can see, he's doing that now with somebody, the chopper, or he might have part of the film crew in it, but he's certainly nice and low to the ground, that chopper. He's in the dust.
I know Huddy was going out in the chopper today, and he's part of the film crew, so I know he had him booked. As Greg Gardner heads down the other side of Lake Wells now, heading down to the road jump.
Lake Wells.
Lake Wells.
I tell you what, it's not a time.
Oh, there's a
for
big
this
sign
team
there
car.
says Lake
It
Wells.
does say
I don't know
Lake
what
Wells,
that's all
mate.
about, but
And the Stantons are out and on the line. They've found their problem.
I wouldn't want to be coming out at this time of the
No.
event.
not a good time to
Following
come
Greg
out with
Gardner,
all.
but look at the people they've got coming out behind them. So I suppose if they get overtaken now, it might get rid of it out of the way early. I see up on our Steelit camera out in the desert there.
No, he's gone out and
You
he's
see,
pulled away again.
Yep. Out in the Steelit camera out in the desert. That's landed out. That's sort of about 3/4 of the way around the track, folks. Just not too far before they come back out of the desert. That camera. So
Look at the conditions
look at the
out there,
conditions
folks.
out there, man.
Look
that
at them
looks like they're in a
dancing around.
flaming washing machine.
It's only going to get worse.
That footage is amazing. I love it. Look at the sand. Sand is very, very soft out there. Currently got
Not much
At
dust
Mark's
either, I
12.
noticed, in that sand. Like that second car was right behind that first car there in that action.
couldn't
Gee
quite
whiz.
tell who that was, but
When I was younger, I could ride that out, but
that
now
was
I'm a
out
bit
in
older,
this
I don't
section
think
of
so.
the desert here somewhere.
Here we go. We should have Brent Martin.
Yeah, we've got Brent Martin coming through
Here he
now.
comes.
Here he comes. Just
Doesn't-
doing his own thing.
Doesn't look like he's got oil consumption issues right now, does it?
No, certainly not blowing any smoke.
But they said to me they were 4 litres down on oil.
Yeah, I
That's
think
what-
they were just missing that from when they started. Yeah.
Whether that's old Craig Martin having a lend.
Craig wouldn't tell any porcupines.
But boy, as he opened up a gap. What was his time, Darren?
We just see him come over the line with a 45.
48, yeah, 45, 48.
So he's only four minutes behind
4 minutes
Greg.
behind, yeah, in one lap.
So I think that's
Here's Andy Brown. He's got Bowie. And that thing still sounded really strong. So you would have expected him to catch Bowie and pass him with the horsepower difference.
Absolutely, and I think that Andy Brown's actually made time on
Made time on
Brent Martin.
Brent Martin.
Yeah, so it'll be quite interesting as we get further into the race whether Andy Brown can rope in, of course, Brent Martin.
Hopefully that crankshaft hangs together.
So at the moment, he's one of the big shakers and movers in the field. Look at that chopper. He's flying nice and low, isn't he? Got the cameraman looking, filming that ARB car going along the tree line there past Lake Wells.
it's on our camera there on the Quality Metals Solutions camera.
And of course, Brent would have looked over to his left and saw Andy, and he's gone, that's it, we're going.
We're going a bit harder.
Yeah.
We might, our pace might be just a little bit, but he would have been told by the pits too that
On the infield here,
He's done 4
you
minutes.
actually weave back and forth. You can look across and see whether any competitors are catching it. Damien Nickel.
oh, no sign of
No
the
sign of
Bowie
Bowie.
car.
Bowie's might be stopped out there somewhere.
Bowie's finally killed the 10 car by the sound of it.
Well,
Oh,
it is in
hopefully
there.
that standard wrecker engine hasn't blown up.
Bowie was 1065, and it's showing him. It's showing him back in the
Gee,
arena, mate. Just
Andy
so he
Brown,
should
that
be coming around
ARB
the
car's
finish
still
line
got
here.
plenty of
Here he is
speed.
now.
Here's Bowie.
Yep, he's
So
going.
he's
Yep.
lost a few
No.
places out there.
He's
Maybe-
dropped a couple of places, but
he
no,
might have
he's
a
there.
slight issue. Who knows?
I'll tell you
Yeah.
what, that chopper wouldn't want to get too low over Lake Wells, because that wouldn't want to be where I go to.
Well, apparently it's a softer landing in the water, isn't it?
Apparently,
Is that how it works?
yes.
So here's one for you. Has Bowie just backed off a little bit, or has Andy Brown and Damien Nickel picked up the pace? This is
Bit
what
of both, I'd say. But he's had a slight hiccup, but not by a long shot, a long way.
well, Bowie's a smart operator. He's been around a while. He knows how to win championships, and he knows that today all you got to do is shift gears and get out there to win the class. Of course, as we know, he's in front of Class 10, which is up to 2.5 litre capacity.
We've just had the Tuckers go through too, and that sounded nice and strong.
Certainly did. So we've had, I've got a few times here which I'll read out. We've had Simon
Burrows.
Tucker on a 46.51, Mark Burrows through. We've got Stephen Bowie Graham on a 47.38. So, yeah, Bowie's just backed off a little bit.
I'm
So
sure he will not want to get any further down the line today.
Well, we'll see if we can get a time up on Mark Burrows, which will be coming through in a moment.
No, he's just been through, mate.
Yeah, we've
Yeah.
got the time.
Oh, yeah, so
So,
quality. There you go. Have a look at that.
Mark Burrows has moved up to third overall with a 45.42. So Mark's only a couple of seconds off Andy Brown's time. So we've got in running order as we're running, we've got in outright position, we've got Greg Gartner, Andy Brown and Mark Burrows, and then Brent Martin. So
Big jump by Mick
Marr.
Marr.
He's already missing a quarter panel. I don't know if
No,
he
he
started with
left
that
without
this
that
morning.
this morning. I noticed it wasn't on this morning. So yeah, he's obviously lost it yesterday. Or
I think he
he's-
lost it in the truck. They
You
don't
see
like
out
running
on
those
the
panels.
Steal It camera here.
Yep. Oh.
That looks like the Foster entry out in the back of the desert. And that camera, like I said before, is about 3/4 of the way around the track.
Just shows you there's a lot different out there than what it is out in front of us.
Oh, definitely. Out in front of us, that ground is really hard packed, like almost like your Gundawindi track.
Yeah,
It
certainly
doesn't
is.
change really unless it's soaking wet, of course. But
Isn't it amazing sitting up here in the booth with this big jump in front? How much air do they get in front? Who has done that? Mick Mars' jump was big too.
Yeah, it was
Oh
big.
yeah, it was
But,
huge.
of course, Greg Gardner's jump was massive, but they're probably doing the best part of 180 to 200 k's there when they get to that jump.
Yeah, I would say, mate, they'll be doing well over 150 anyway.
You wouldn't want to get it wrong. That's for
Great
sure.
spectacle. It's all in front here. There's Mark Burrows running through the infield. Of course, Mark's running that new car, that new Monk-built car, and
Here
And
comes
his
son
son.
Matthew safely through. 1, 2, 3.
yeah,
So
Matthew's
his son-
still going.
Not far behind his dad either, because he left a minute after him, and there wouldn't be much more than a minute difference there. Be
There
interesting
was-
to see what time he come up.
You know who was slotted in there that didn't come across the line yet? And that was the Chapman
Chapman
car
car.
17. He's in the arena at the moment, so he's getting there.
Matthew Burrows with a 46.47.
That's all
So
right.
that's not a bad time, not far off Dad's time, actually, of 45.42. So he's only about a minute behind.
I can see why he didn't put 2 turbos on his car.
No, it's a great effort, but wouldn't it be great to see both those Burrows cars get home at the end of the day? But we won't put the commentator's curse on them. Of course, both those cars won the best presented vehicles on Friday night of scrutineering. Most of these cars would have won it, actually. Well, I was walking around, as Sandy said yesterday, very hard to judge the winner.
Mate,
These
the
cars.
calibre of cars was phenomenal.
Yeah,
Just
beautiful
phenomenal.
vehicles. We've got the best in Australia here at the moment. And of all the off-road cars in Australia that are kicking around, I reckon we'd have about 90% of them
Without
in this
a doubt.
field.
Without
Yep.
a doubt.
So it was a shame that we've had a few drop out yesterday. Of course, our winner of the prologue yesterday, Danny Brown and George Apted, unfortunately did a
Oh,
torque
he's a
converter.
17 car now. So they're still travelling strongly, the Chapmans, Stuart Chapman.
So Stuart Chapman had a wastegate issue yesterday and got a bit of fence wire and fixed it, rectified it, lost a bit of time. They worked on it in the pits during the night and he's back out on the circuit doing it. Of course, those boys, all the whole family have come down from Queensland. Big effort to come down here to Rainbow, but of course they know the calibre of the track
Have a look
and
at
they want to
those.
run the Australian Championship
Have a look at those
Series.
Class 6 cars, mate, out on the Steal It camera, which is, once again, is 3/4 of the way around. They are popping in and onto Class 11.
Class 11 side by side. There's only the 2 out there, and
He's
they're
just
having
gone
a real
around in
ding dong,
there.
aren't
That's
they?
good.
Yeah.
Those cameras out there, I know they're showing it, but they're not feeling it.
Look at the difference in shot to the infield
Yep.
against, those sandy sections out there. It's just so much different. And, it's great to see the footage from out the back and just shows you, the changes in terrain and
And of
the
course,
differences.
those cameras today, boys, they're going to move around the track a little bit. They're not going to stay in the same
That
spot.
Samba camera, we're on the Samba camera at the moment. We just saw Greg heading out, and Greg's out about not quite a third of the way out around the track. Well, no, maybe about halfway around the track.
Considering it's been fairly dry in Rainbow for the past few months, I thought maybe the circuit might have been a lot more dustier, Sandy, but we're not seeing it up here in the box. I mean,
No.
the track conditions are very good. The gaps in the gaps in
Cars.
the field,
Yep.
cars are good. They're not running in dust too much, and of course, not a drop of mud here at all. It's a tremendous weekend here in Rainbow.
Wind's up too, which is helping.
I see here, you'll see on the rally safe there, Kurt Steffens looks like he's stopped. He hasn't been moving for a while. There's another couple of cars, car 23 and car 1071, that don't look like they're moving. Even Molesey looks like he's... We probably won't know until we get a little refresh here.
The standing car looks like it went out as we saw, but it's back in the pits again. So and there's no one working on it now, so that's not a
I
good
think
sign.
they've given up.
So while we've got a couple of minutes time, I'd like to thank a few people, and
That'd
of
be a
course,
great idea.
I'd like to thank first of all ARB Accessories, Mickey Thompson Tyres, and Raceline Wheels Australia. The three of them are our major event sponsors.
Championship sponsors.
Yeah,
Yep.
and they do a fantastic fantastic job. And of course, our event host is Victorian Off-Road Racing Association, and we've got all our class sponsors. So, of course, we've got quite a number of classes out there. We've got 11 classes, I believe, and the class sponsors. The ultimate class is Racer Imports. Class number 1 is Nutrien AG of Rainbow. Class 2 is Nutrien AG of Nil. Class 4 is Warrigal Machinery, which is Peter Simpson and Dee Simpson. Of course, they're not out there today.
No, they did an engine yesterday, mate.
Oh, that's sad, you know,
I can
because
see Peter talking to Ivan Robinson down the front.
Peter actually a hard charger, and he was doing really well there yesterday. Class 6, promotional products and uniforms. Class 66, Vora, Victorian Off-Road Racing Association.
And they put the event on.
Certainly do. And Class 7 is Mally Earth Moving. Class 8 is Small Air Proprietary Limited. And Class 10 is Glendarren Auto Panels.
We know that guy.
Yeah, I certainly do. What a paint job
Oh,
to get out of
shonky
him.
mob, that mob.
And Class 11, Browns Gibson. So there we go. And also, don't forget the ladies up in the Rainbow Risers tent up the top here. Great food, drinks, coffee. They said they didn't sell much coffee yesterday. Get up and grab a coffee. I can assure you, we all had a coffee here in the booth and it was amazing. So get up and grab a steak sandwich, egg and bacon, and sit up there and enjoy the action.
We've got a couple coming over back in on the over the left. I see Haby's car 57 is at the end of this runway out here, but I thought they were further up.
Lost a lot of time yesterday in lap 1 with an issue. It looks like there's a red car over there in the distance. It's definitely not the Habe car.
Maybe the Chapman's car.
Yeah, he went through. Stuart Chapman went through there before, but no, he's further around. He's heading that way now. Stuart Chapman did come through, and he's been through the infield, and he's down over the road jump. All gone quiet. So how many cars we had
Yeah,
through,
mate.
Sandy?
I'm just
We've
having
had
a
probably,
look. We're down to.
about 8.
Yeah, we are down to about. What have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4. 10 cars
10
through.
cars are through.
And I reckon.
And we had 41 leave the start line this morning. And we know I can see one in the pits. the
And I
standard
don't think
car.
I saw that Class 7 car come back out either. The Cooper's Blue Patrol.
Yeah,
I think that's still
certainly had
down there.
issues, but that's so we're down at least 2 that we know of. So that's 39. But we've got some action in the back there.
Tell you what, take
There's
some
an
customers
aircraft
out,
coming
doesn't
in the land too, and the aerodrome over there. Well, I suppose it might come in from the other end, but.
This car's just going around that last hairpin at the back.
Looked like it might have been a side-by-side from the distance.
Coming around the last corner before the finish line here.
No, I tell you who it is. It's Dave and Alice Middlemers
You're right, mate.
in
Bit hard to
117
see.
in the Cougar. 117. Still sounding really strong, going really well.
And they have been in the game a long time, haven't they?
Been around a long time, and that car, just keeps circulating. So, touch wood, he has a good day. He's had a good day up to date. He's travelling really well out there on his own. So, no dust. He'll be having a lot of fun.
We haven't seen the Habies, have we?
No sign of Habies yet. I haven't seen them.
Looks like they're stuck.
Where did he
If you'll
leave?
see down here at the bottom of the screen there, you just see car 57 sitting there.
Well,
So,
yeah, you're right,
unless they're
because
struggling
Middlemas
with the
left at
same-
18
yeah.
and Habie left at 13. He was just after Krog. Now, Krog went through.
Yeah, he did.
There's
And
no
you know
sign of
who else?
Habie,
Or
Moles, Visser,
That's what I said before. I
or
thought
Dean
Molesy
Miller.
was
There
stopped.
seems to be, which car is this, 43? No, he's, Glenn McIntyre left in front of Middlemas. So we're missing Habie, Moles, Visser.
And Glenn McIntyre, mate, came through with a 53-minute .08. For
Right.
anyone listening at home, that's still fairly respectable, although being 10 minutes off the leader or a little bit more.
That's still a good time.
Car 408, however.
408. Well, he was in the mix. Dean Miller and Joe Cassis. So we've Habie, Moles, and Visser has
Pup
dropped
Tyrrell.
back because there's Pup
Over
Tyrrell.
First lap.
He left after Middlemas car, so he's still travelling well.
We've got Dean Miller up with a 54.15. So they're starting to sort themselves out there at the moment, aren't they? The
He's
Barnett
68.
entry
He's
over
the
line.
Barnett car. Craig
Yeah.
Barnett from New South Wales. Now he left after Chandler and Jamie Knight.
Here's the Habies. They've
Here's
obviously
the
had a lot of
Habies. They've had
problems 'cause these
issues
guys,
again, but they're still travelling well.
They've won the championship a couple of years,
They have.
and normally at the very, very top end in their Aussie-built car.
But he's dropped not a lot of time, but he's certainly dropped a couple of minutes. So he's had to jump out and sort out an issue by the look of it.
But James Tyrrell, the pup, he came over with a 52, so he's actually faster than Glenn McIntyre and Dean Miller.
Right.
And the Habies with a 56.27.
Yeah, we'd expect Habies to be, well in
They
the
would-
40s.
Mate, they would normally be 10 minutes faster, so they've obviously struggled with similar problems possibly that they had yesterday.
So obviously sorted the issue now because it's travelling all right. Now whether it looked like the spare tyre was intact in the back of the vehicle, so it didn't look like because that sort of time is generally a puncher, but I don't think that's the case.
Yeah, he did have electrical problems yesterday, so we've got a couple of the Class 6 cars starting to flow in down that back straight into the arena. A couple of Class 11s, those we saw them on the screen out there before having a battle. Cars that look like they're circulating. Ian Terry in 456, car 18, which is Dean Carter.
Now Aaron and Liz Habie in the infield here are just in behind the Barnett car, so they're quite close. So unless Barnett gives him a bit of room, he's going to be swallowing a bit of dust for a while. He's picked up a lot of time on him.
I see out in the back halfway around the track, or just over halfway, I see Greg Gartner. But I also see it looks like car 32 hasn't moved.
Oh, I haven't seen the Michael
We haven't
Marson
seen
come
Michael
through.
come in. You
No.
see Habies slowing
Oh,
down.
Habies
doing a
slowed
U-turn
down,
over
yeah.
here too. So people are getting plagued with a few problems in this rough stuff out here.
So Habie pit crew, prepare yourself for
Get down there and get ready.
Aaron and Liz. They're cutting and shutting the track, and they're heading into the pits.
It's still running though, which is quite strange. I mean, he's
Yeah, it's
pushing forward, but it might have
It's got an issue. It's
probably electrical issues or something which he had.
You had
Sandy
a
was-
wire down near the throttle body or something, he said. Well, that's what they thought it was. And he would wiggle the wire to get the car going in.
It looks strong over the start-finish
Yeah.
line and round in the infield, but then it's just had issues again.
Of course, the boys are doing the right thing. They're stopping. They're asking the official whether they can cross the circuit.
Yep.
So as long as you do it safely and there's nobody coming, I think you're right. They want to head back to the pits and, of
Well,
course,
now's the time to do it. It's no good leaving the arena if you've
Get
got an
2
issue.
kilometres down the road and you pull over, then it's hard to get back here to fix anything, isn't it?
Exactly right.
so
You
I
have to rely on
noticed.
recovery to get you back here, and that could take hours. So
Looks like we've got a few cars coming back on trailers. Car 23, car 1057, both on the metal roads back in.
Craig Krog, Tony Falaba.
Again.
Trevor Chandler's gone missing too.
Yeah.
Rod Visser's gone missing.
out with an engine.
Engine, right. This place
the
just
confab
gobbles up
car.
engines, doesn't it?
Dale Stan is in the pits with electrical issues.
I'm on.
Craig
Yes,
Krog,
I can
mate.
see that card. It's just stationary. That's
See
done.
on the screen there that Craig Krog also out with an engine.
DNF engine.
Yep.
That big LS2 V8 6 litre, it must have hemorrhaged itself somewhere out on the circuit.
That's sad.
It was sounding nice
uh,
and crisp this morning when it took off from the
indeed.
line, but yeah. So we get an update on our computer, and normally the crews go over and tell Murray and Julie what happened to their car when they're out, and we get it up on our screen, which is great. And even if you're sitting at home, you'll be able to get onto the ARB Big Desert 480, and you'll be able to look at times, the same times as what we look at through Off-Road Racing Australia. So I've just noticed the times are starting to get a little bit string out a little bit. The last person to go in under the 50-minute was Stuart Chapman. He did a 48.43.
Good to see him still out there after his issues yesterday.
Certainly is. And Craig Barnett, he did a 51.14. Dave Middlemiss, a 51.41, which is a great drive with Alice in the navigator seat, his wife. And, of course, we got Simon Gubbins was the last car, the first Maverick Can-Am Maverick through with Ben Lugg and a 52.44, which is a great effort. And, of course, James Terrell, which we know him as Pup, through a 52.54. So Pup's going to drive with his head, not his foot, and certainly going to...
Have a look at that Steelert camera, mate, out in the back of the desert. That Class 7.
That's Class 7
Parker
car.
car
Oh, ouch.
is
My
getting
back is
thrown
aching just
around.
looking at it.
He's a leaf-sprung rear-end vehicle.
Oh, please.
Ball's bigger than mine for that.
Please.
Well, you certainly see them in there. It'd be like throwing you inside a washing machine and turning it
spin
on
cycle
flat
on.
out. Yeah, it's.
These guys putting the cameras out there, that's fantastic.
But that's what off-road racing's all about, Sandy. All different types of terrain. And in this
vehicles.
track, I think we've got every one. The only factor that we haven't got at this event is mud.
Mud.
Yep, certainly haven't. But we've got
I tell you what, we
we've
have
got
in the
whoops,
past.
we've got
seen
fast
plenty of mud
sections.
in the past, that's for sure.
And of course, on the rally safe,
614 through the finish line.
touch on one of the cars on the rally safe, it'll tell us what the fastest speed was. Have you done that,
Let's
Sandy?
follow the fastest car.
And then you touch that little button, and it'll tell you how fast they've been going. So we'll go to Greggy Gartner or somebody.
That'd be fast, I'd say.
But I'm sure that'll be up around the 220 mark, or what about car number 45?
Andy
Oh, well,
Brown's
it
still
made a
going
lie
around
out
out
of me.
there.
Good.
But, mate, if I just go in a little bit here, look at the gap between Greg Gartner and Brent Martin.
Yes.
Hey, why don't we get a couple of... Hey, Peter Simpson, why don't you come up to the booth with us and have a quick talk, mate? Just a little bit.
He's running off.
Come on, Peter, up in the booth, mate, please. Just quickly, I'm sure the competitors would love to hear about your...
Mishaps by the sound of it.
Yesterday, yes. Look, Peter,
Obviously
been
a
around
mishap with
off-roading
him
for
walking
a
in the
million
pit.
years.
Gee,
We want
there's
to
a-
hear about who built that engine, mate, and why it let go. Was it because of your right foot, or
a
Anyway,
few
we've got
cars
Peter
out on the edge of
Simpson.
the
He's one
desert
of
there.
one of the sponsors of the event. He's been around off-road racing for more than 40 years, Sandy.
Oh,
So Sandy's going to have a few words with him.
Hey, Sibbo, how you feeling this morning? Got a good sleep last night because you obviously got to sleep in.
Yeah, so we did get to sleep in, but we are still here supporting Mark as best we can, Mark Foster. So
I saw his car going around before and the cameras out there. Still looking smooth, soaking up all that desert. I don't know. I don't even know what you call it out there, but the dust. Now, what happened with your car yesterday, bud?
just got hot. We'd not had heat issues before, but I think just racing amongst the trees and the deep ruts out there, as soon as you lift your foot to try to ease up on the engine a little, then you fall deeper in the sand and then you still get hot.
I did speak to about 6 or 7 cars were struggling with heat out there. There was about 4 or 5 that said once they got in the sand they were getting hot, and a couple that were saying they were getting their temps were coming up as they were pulling out on those high speeds out on the road. So that's possibly an airflow issue, and you know when the other cars coming down in the softer stuff through the desert when you're travelling a bit slower and lugging and working really hard, that's possibly maybe a capacity issue, or just, you know, once again, not getting enough air through the radiator.
Yeah, I think that's what it was just not getting enough air. We pulled over and made sure the thermo fans and everything was working. Everything was supposed to be doing its job, but we just couldn't get the temperature down.
You certainly gave it some yesterday in that prologue, Peter. We were watching you there, and we watched you through the infield, and you certainly had that truck dancing, mate. Oh, you run it down a bit, mate, but it's very well presented, and you do a great job out there, and thanks for your contribution. I noticed you're one of the sponsors here this weekend, and I know you're passionate about the sport, mate, and you love off-road racing. So thanks for coming this weekend.
No worries, Darren.
Thank you, mate. That was Sibbo. I'm sure Sibbo will be back. He follows every race in the championship, so I'm sure he'll be back strong.
Well, he has got the best
Is
navigator
walking-
in the field too.
D?
Best looking one anyway. D's.
He walked
his
out
wife,
here
yeah.
saying he's given up, but I can tell you now, he's not giving up.
Yeah.
We all say that at some stage, and then guess what? We're back out here next time. Dean Carter's coming around that final corner. About to come over for the finish of his first lap. A few of these cars are obviously had issues out there because even Dean, you know, it's not really a slow car, is it?
No.
It's got every bit of equipment in that car that you need to get the job done out in the rough, out in the back of that desert.
Exactly. It looks like it handles really well, and it's got an LS2 in it, so plenty of power. So, yeah. What time did he do, Darren?
Ian Terry coming over the finish
Hasn't
line.
quite come up yet.
Ian Terry's running an LS1 in his plain
So we
white
got
car.
Ian Terry's time is a 57.38. What was the other time we were looking for?
Dean Carter underneath him, 103.47.
7. So
Yeah.
Dean Carter's obviously stopped for a puncher. He stopped for something and he's lost about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it could be a belt. Might have thrown a belt off and fixed it. Of course, some of these cars do carry tools with them, fan belts with them. They can rectify little issues.
They can't carry transmissions, and
No,
we
that's
ran
right.
out of them before we got here, so...
Or engines.
They tend to carry a lot more than you'd think. And in
Yeah.
America, it's amazing, you know. When I've
the
been
pit
over
crews
there,
over there will have everything, spare engines, diffs, axles.
but what I can't believe, Sandy, is what they carry on their vehicles as far as, you know, tail shafts,
Yeah.
Alternators.
CV joints, starter motors, alternators, all bolted in.
Someone's having some
Anyway,
issues in
don't
the
forget
pits.
the...
Sounds like Havey's backfiring down the pits there, so I'm tipping that's their issue.
Of course, we want to thank the people at IGA, the local IGA in town. They've done a roaring business over the weekend there, and every year that I've come here, I've been here for probably 7 or 8 years, and maybe a lot of people in town would probably tell you too long. But anyway, the IGA have always been a long-term sponsor of this event, so we want to thank the IGA. And of course, Grain Corp, which own the old pit area to our right, where all the grain's kept. They've been a long-term sponsor, Hindmarsh Shire Council, and of course, one we can't do away with, which is Wimmera Mallee Waste. And they take all our waste away free of charge, so they do a great job.
Of course, the landowners too, we've got to relate to those because without them, we don't have an event. So thanks very much to those landowners.
Looks like a 210s coming back in. 1082, both coming back into the arena over on our left. And I see out on those big long straights, 6684, those guys struggle with belt issues when they get hot out there on the high speeds, those Can-Ams, etc. They can spit belts quite easily. So they said, you know, they played it very smart. I was speaking to one in the pits last night and he said, you know we're not fast in the rough stuff, so we just sit about, to keep the heat out of the car, we sit at like 40 or 50 k an hour and just ride it out through the rough stuff. And then they're super fast when they get onto the hard packed ground and in and amongst the trees out in the riverbed before they start heading back in. So
they're a CVT gearbox. What does that mean? So they've got no gears in at all. It's like an automatic transmission and it's belt driven.
And it basically winds up
like a big lacquer band.
V pulley, yeah, basically winds up on a V-shaped pulley.
And I believe that they're the death of a Can-Am with heat. Yep. When the belt goes, they melt and they drop off.
There you go.
210 through the finish line. You're right, Sandy.
Yep. There's 210, and then we should have another.
That's Brad Girardi from Northern Territory and Rod Berry from New South Wales navigating.
Then we should have a 10 car, 1082 and 6684 coming into the finish line. Steve-O looks like he's still moving out there, and Molesey's still moving.
And the Haby car's back out. Good to see. There's nothing too much wrong with that at the moment because look at that travelling down to the first corner.
Isn't that annoying when you have a small issue like that and it puts you in the pits and you lose time and you're sitting there with your helmet on, you're thinking, I just want to get back out on that circuit and make time.
One thing about it, Darren, is you can go out at a bad time, and he's gone out at a pretty good time because he's only got one car in front of him, and that's that 210 car, which he should gobble up pretty quickly.
Some fresh air.
You watch the difference in speed at comparison of the two green cars down that bottom chute, and once he gets around him, he's got dust-free run for quite a few minutes.
Well, you'll see Aaron Haby catch him very quickly on the infield when he comes back into that right-hand berm where we saw Radcliffe roll over yesterday. And I think Haby will be right on the back of that car that he's chasing now, coming back through the infield.
And the reason we say that is simply because the 210 car, which we can see coming the side over the left there now, with Haby, look at the speed difference. He's nearly on him already. But you're talking about a vehicle that's got they're both buggies, obviously, but one's got a 1650 engine in it. One's got a 3.5 litre twin turbo. Look at the difference. Bye.
See you, cars.
That guy in 210 would be thinking, man,
thank God
I think
he's gone now. Until they actually get out into the fast stuff. There you go, 1082 across the line. I see Greg Gartner's on his way back in down the big straight, so he just weaved his way through the river out the back.
Rod Steiber.
Have a chat. He's still travelling really well. Tyres are up. That's a good sign.
Better than yesterday.
Might have put more air in him today.
Look at the pop on the front of... just missed the pop on the front of Haby's car out there.
Rod Steiber and Jason Larvis from Queensland just gone through with a 1 hour and 1 minute. So great time. Peter Stevenson did a 1 hour 2:56.
And I'm tipping Molesey has had some issue out there. He's travelling back in down to the arena on our left as well. See on the field camera out the back. Going well all weekend. It's been placing a lot better than I expected it to do.
Oh, it's well up.
Yeah, they're doing great out there. on our Samba camera at the moment. There's not much happening out there, but that car's situated around about a solid third of the way out.
But that camera that we can see in that sandy section?
Yeah. And that's
Obviously
obviously
that's the one looking over the infield.
Yeah, that's our Quality Metal Solutions camera, just next to us on the pits here. I'll show you nearly everything that's going on in the arena. We should have Molesy coming back in on our left, boys. Not quite at the finish line, but just about to do his.
He's lost time, has he?
Yeah,
He'd have to.
massively lost time. He's right behind Heath Whedon, the Lizard Wrangler.
He's 6.684 through the finish line, side by
That's the
side.
Lavis car, is it?
Yep, I think it was. Yeah, Lavis car and Andrew Dance from New South Wales in the Yamaha 1000 cc.
See, Dean Carter, 103. Steve-O, a 102.
Late 102, it was nearly 103.
It was, yep.
Not a bad time considering how
Can you imagine
off
that?
the track is out the back.
A beam car. Oh, dear me.
Jamie Knight looks like he stopped out
Radiator
there with a radiator hose.
Gee whiz.
Michael Marson, I knew he was stopped out there. See,
Stopped.
Just says stopped on our screen here, folks. But
Disappointing.
it is disappointing. They've all travelled a long way, you know, these guys. Queensland, it's not just next door,
Well,
is it?
Michael Marson is basically Townsville, so he's a sugarcane grower. And it's
So
a long
this-
way from geographically. You look at where Townsville is on the map to Rainbow. It's a long way.
I was just looking at the screen here, and I'm looking at the people that we've actually had issues this morning. Michael Marson stopped. Craig Grog from Queensland, DNF engine. Andrew Moles, it's got nothing there, but he stopped out in the circuit somewhere. Rod Vizzo with an engine. Trevor Chandler with a supercharger belt. Jamie Knight, unfortunately, from Queensland with a radiator hose.
We do have over
Kirk.
the back. Sorry, mate. We do have over the back. Molesy's on his way back in, and also coming in back in behind us.
Right, Greg Gardner, completion of
So-
lap 2 of section 2.
He'll come in for his 45-minute break.
Yeah, certainly.
45-minute service break.
Greggy Gardner did a 41.47 on his first lap. What will he do on the second? He's had a little bit of traffic, so it might slow him down a bit.
Heath Whedon is on his way back in with his wife Michelle, I think, in the passenger seat. There's a lot of husband and wife teams rattling around out there today.
You're certainly right, but if you want to go off-road racing, you just got to convince your wife.
Wife to sit in the passenger
Yeah,
seat, and then you got
then
free
you're right,
reign.
yeah.
Mine won't get in with me. Molesy's obviously been in trouble
134.
because he's super fast. Has he not got a spare tyre on the back? Didn't look like it.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure, but whether it was up or not, but he certainly lost time, but it's certainly making good time now. Because he'll want to give this car a good run because he lives in Alice Springs and he's entered for Fink, which he does every year, the Fink Desert race in Central Australia. So that's his home race. So he'll be keen to put some miles on it and get the car right, which is a brutal race. Point-to-point brutal race. 230
Mate, if
k's
you look at
down
that
and 230 back. They're all brutal.
Here comes Greg. I can hear him.
You can hear him.
What about the jump? Will it be bigger than the one earlier on lap 1? It was probably 30 or 40 metres.
I'll tell you what, Heath would want to get out the way, otherwise Greg's going to jump over the top of him. But that's
Oh,
Heath
dear.
coming in for the finish of his first lap. So he
Oh,
still
dear,
seems to be
mate.
motoring along quite nicely, and he'll be glad that he's got now a 45-minute breather before Gartner's back up behind him.
Yep. Have a listen to that thing.
And you can't feel it at home, but you can feel that engine
You can.
pumping through your soul.
It's
in here.
vibrating the windows in the commentary box.
Imagine what it's like in it. Oh. Look at that. Great big jump.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Clean, smooth. The car doesn't even look like it's hit a branch out there.
4 laps down, 2 to go. 45-minute service break. And still sounds and looks perfect.
Like it just came off the trailer.
So we've got 2 trophy trucks out there at the moment who are doing extremely well. And of course, the first one's Greggy Gartner, but Damien Nichols doing well too in that truck number 430. He's going very well.
Very surprising.
So
What time did we have with Greg that time?
Mate, 43.26.
Oh,
yeah, that
Couple of
was
minutes
traffic.
slower, but there was
Yep.
a lot of traffic there.
Yep. Minute and a half or so slower, but still well and truly on the pace.
Of course, now he's in for a service break. He's going to go in and have a drink, sandwich, put a bit of fuel in.
Probably put about 300 litres of fuel in that thing again.
Yes, I was talking to Andy Brown early on this morning. I said, well, how much fuel are you running? He's running about 170 litres of fuel.
Andy Brown is.
Yeah.
That's not a lot.
No, it doesn't use a lot of fuel. It'll use probably about 75 to 80 litres a lap. So
Wish my car was that efficient.
yeah, so he's pretty good. He runs that on 98 as well. So it's not any exotic fuel, but
I
yeah,
find that easier because then when you break down, you can fill your tow car to go home.
yeah, that's right. I know. I've put exotic fuel in my tow car.
7:01 coming back in. Car 1, Brent Martin on the way back in on that long straight road in the distance, followed by Andy Brown. Car 430, the nickel car. Hank is just over the finish line. Hank Parker on his second lap in that leaf sprung. It looks like it's travelling reasonably nicely. The suspension down there for that car.
Maybe you need to put leaves under the back of your car.
Well, you never know. Weirder things have happened in our camp. So the nickel cars about to come out of they've just come out through the little river crossing before they're heading back in. Car 110, car 21, the Burrows entry. They're on their way just out of the edge of the desert and over to the creek. There's a little creek crossing out there, which when that's raining is absolute soup. But dry out there. I went through on the pre-run and you can tell the race had run through there last year. The track was nice and wide, but you've got plenty of options this year and probably some little overtaking spots when they bunch up in there.
So we're waiting on Brent Martin to come through, and before the last lap, we saw Andy Brown. He was making time, actually. He'd caught up and he'd passed quite a number of cars. He passed 2 cars, actually. And so it'll be interesting to see what the gap is between Andy Brown and Brent Martin on this lap before the service break. And then, of course, Damien Nicol was another one that was moving up. And
There's Brent, Andy.
of course, Simon Tucker and Kyle Tucker are out there in car number 110, which is the beautiful green Southern Cross buggy that we saw come over the finishing line with the wheel hanging off, was laying vertical to the car. And, of course, overnight they fixed it. A lot of these teams have a lot
They
of
had
spare
spare
parts.
arms there. They
Is
did.
that right?
Yeah, I went
Gee
out there yesterday. They were putting new arms on the car, looking for a couple of bolts.
Gee whiz, that's bloody great when you can get out there and fix that car like that.
And those arms aren't just an off-the-shelf thing, really. You've got a lot of those cars have to have a custom-made arm. Well, not all of them, but many of those cars have to have a custom-made arm.
Of course, we saw Freckleton's car, wasn't it, yesterday? How spectacular was that? Went off, huge
the wheel.
jump. The yellow buggy that's down in the pits, it's missing the left-hand front wheel, and apparently the left-hand front wheel, they got it out of the main street of Horsham yesterday. So, it was very exciting.
I tell you what, it would have been a bit scary too, because they had plenty of steam up at the end of the prologue over that jump, and it jumped beautifully, and then all of a sudden the front left-hand wheel just parted company, and obviously they weren't able to fix
Well, I
it
was
overnight.
talking to the stewards this morning, and they said it actually hit the fence down the bottom. The catch
Luckily,
fence.
yeah.
Wow.
So we've got, coming back in, there's a few of the big guys starting to roll back in now, down that big long straights. We've got car 430, the nickel car, car 110, Burrows entry 21. All these guys are on their way back in for their 45-minute service break. A fair way behind our old mate Greg.
Greg's
That's a
certainly
big
opened
gap.
up.
That's a massive gap.
Greg's just punching out good lap times, but
He probably doesn't need to. He could probably afford to just idle around for the last two.
Good luck, you can tell him that.
yeah, well, Brent Martin sort of backed off a bit, but as the track gets a bit rougher, I'm sure that truck was doing a lot nicer than that buggy that's running second at the moment. But
It's
Brent's-
7:01.
They seem
Brent
to have,
certainly knows that if it's hurting you driving it, it's hurting the car, isn't that right, Sandy?
Definitely.
So
The bonnet of that Tilson car has come adrift. By the looks of that, the 701 GQ. I can see Brent over on our
Brent
left,
Markin. Yeah, he's still...
just going down to past the airfield to do his U-turn and come back.
Still
up.
travelling very quickly by...
Yeah. Obviously, still got enough oil in that engine.
well, his last lap was a 45-48. I'm tipping it'll be up round to 49. Now he's dropped off a bit of pace.
But it's getting rougher out there, don't forget.
Certainly is. 2 more laps to go after the service break. So I bet you they'll be thinking, I wished it was all over.
Tell you what, I can hear Andy Brown out there. Is that who I can hear over in the distance?
Oh, have to be.
Certainly can. And
Sounds
Andy
like
Brown
it.
just gone past the airfield. So he's not far off the back of...
yeah, he'd be pretty close to...
So these
to
three,
Brent.
next three are going to come in fairly close together. Cause I
Here's
can
Brent
see
now, car number 1, our current Australian champion. Of
Andy
course,
Brown's not far behind, and then the nickel car, surprisingly,
behind him.
up the both of them.
Gee whiz. How's that?
He'll be ecstatic. That's doing phenomenal this weekend, that car.
7:01 coming into the pits.
Hopefully to put his bonnet down, mate.
We can hear Andy Brown coming with that big 6-litre V8
There he is,
Nissan.
mate. Straight for the finish line.
Wow.
Still sounding really strong. That
I know.
crankshaft is certainly doing a good job.
He put his foot in the
Glued his
brake.
crankshaft together before he came back out this weekend.
He wasn't game to go over that full speed. I noticed he just touched the brake pedal a little bit. But that's him.
You know who's also up there reasonably well is Simon Tucker in that 110 car. at Southern
Certainly is.
Cross.
Those boys are doing well. It just goes to show you. Brent
it?
Martin, number 1, our current Australian champion, going by. Currently second on the road. They'll have about a 40-minute or 45-minute service break, and then they're back out in the circuit. So the action will keep going out in front of us. Andy Brown's the next car along, going into this for a service break, and of course he's got a one-off. He's got a Nissan V8 motor in the back of that, and of course that's prepared and built by Todd Kelly Racing. The engine certainly sounds a treat. Car looks good.
Here comes the nickel entry, mate. Round for the finish.
Oh, how good has he gone?
Mate, I am blown away by their performance today. Andy Brown, if you have a look, has actually gained back a spot.
Certainly has.
And this might throw a spanner in the works. It'll be interesting to see where Nichols' time comes up, because
Gee,
he's
Nichols,
pushing,
he's
he's flying
flying.
at the heels of these guys.
So I'll just tell you that Andy Brown, very consistent drive. How good's this? His first lap was a 45.30. His second lap was a 45.24.
Six
Insane.
seconds.
Over 70-something kilometres, mate.
Yeah, he's that's absolutely unbelievable. That's 6 seconds difference between 2 laps.
Crazy. We should have our next couple of cars should be maybe Mark Burrows and Simon Tucker.
Now, Damien Nichols put in a great time too. He's done a 45.46.
That's a fantastic to see.
Certainly is.
Mark Burrows is on 10.65 on its way in.
And Matthew Burrows would have to be there too somewhere.
Yeah, just looking for him.
So we
Yeah,
got
him and Bowie
and
look
Simon
like they're
Tucker.
right beside each other.
Right.
Possibly with Mick Maher about to head for the through the little creek crossing.
Here's Mark Burrows. Is that him down the bottom
That
end?
looks
eh?
like him coming in now, mate. Yep.
But there's
So-
another car coming around the top.
The nickel truck looks a treat.
Doesn't look like it's
No
done,
damage at all.
definitely doesn't look like it's done 350
Oh, here we
kilometres
are.
of racing.
There's a Tucker car. Yeah.
That's doing fantastic too, isn't it?
Oh, it's doing
Simon
really
and
well.
Kyle. Tucker. Great job.
When you look at what cars are around some of these guys, their placement is just fantastic.
Just perseverance and just keep the foot into it. And if you have a good run, it certainly shows out.
So Simon Tucker did a 46.07. His first lap was a 46.51. I've noticed that these guys, as the truck's getting rougher,
They're getting quicker.
they're getting quicker and quicker. What's going on out there? Or are the corners getting shorter?
Mark Burrows and Tom Burrows. Car 21, safely through the finish line.
So Mark Burrows, a 46.42. Obviously had a little bit of traffic in that lap. Next one along should be Matthew Burrows or the Stephen Bowie Graham car. I think it might be Bowie Graham in the Illumicraft is next, and then we might have Matthew Burrows. The Tucker car looks great. Doesn't even look like it's done a lap.
There you go. There's Bowie coming up now, but looks.
Bowie over the finishing line. Lovely big
Lost
jump.
a little bit of time this morning, but he's still travelling really well.
Have a look on your screen, on the steellet screen out in the desert there. Those smaller Class 2 cars. He is getting shaken to pieces. That's a Class
117, that's a Middenwest car.
Oh, it
the
is
beam
too,
car.
yeah, old
Yeah.
beam car.
Good suspension travel, but still getting thrown around.
Out on the Samba camera. We've got 4 cameras out there today. 2 cameras out there today.
That looks like Molesey.
We'd like to have 40 cameras out there, but...
Oh, look at this.
Matthew Burrows.
Matthew Burrows.
Where's Dad?
So Dad's just gone into the pits. And Stephen Bowie Graham did a 48.41. He's in for a service break. We'll look at Matthew Burrows' time. Matthew's first lap was a 46.47. So Matthew's first time, 46.47. We're about to see what his second time was, 48.41.
A couple of minutes down, but you can understand that with the rougher conditions on the track and also a bit of traffic.
So hang on, we've had Matthew Burrows move up in front of Bowie Graham on the leaderboard. So in corrected time, we've got Greg Gartner, Andy Brown, Brent Martin, Damon Nicol, Mark Burrows, Simon Tucker and Matt Burrows, then Stephen Bowie Graham. And that's how they're running in time.
Will they leave on corrected time on the last section, or will they go as they come in?
Yeah, section 2 time, that is. Two laps of today.
So, yeah. Will they
Not-
leave and correct the time for the
No,
last
they
section?
won't. They'll leave as they come in.
Come in.
Yeah, so this is all section 1 and 2 for today. Times on
701
talking.
back out.
That desert out there doesn't look like it's getting any smoother, fellas, on these cameras. If anyone wants to jump on board with these cameras in the future, they can contact the club and they can get on board to help out with some sponsorship, etc. for the cameras out there. Get a better live feed going for you guys at home. It does cost a lot and it takes a lot of energy and effort to get all this up and happening, from everything through to, you know, marking out tracks, recovery, the whole lot. So it's not an easy exercise, massive effort.
Of course, we'd like to thank ARB Australia It's 4x4 accessories, Mickey Thompson tyres, and of course our new sponsor that's come on board for this season, which is Raceline Wheels. Chris Hummer, we'd like to thank him for coming on board. It's a big effort to take on a series like this, but I'm sure at the end of the season everybody will be on Raceline Wheels.
I see it looked like a class end, mate. It's like watching those little Volkswagens do Baja, isn't it? Yeah, pup must be about 2/3 of the way around the track of our Steelit camera. You'll see it up in the top corner there. That's Quality Metal Solutions. We've got Steelit and we've got Sample Metalworks, all three helping out with cameras this weekend.
How good is the circuit though? When you see these cars coming in that have done, well now they've completed four laps of
300 and something
kilometres, yeah, and also the prologue, and they look brand new when they're driving past.
Yep.
And honestly, I don't think they even need washing. They look that good.
No, not at all.
Fantastic.
You could just give them a quick blow off the dust and away they'd go.
That's the way to bring them home, Sandy, when you don't have to wash them like that. You don't have to work too hard.
Well, I've got to tell you, I didn't wash my car. I still see there's dust in it there from 2 years ago from Pooncary's. I do wash. The old Sea Lake track used to get a bit of mineral in the mud, and you had to get that off straight away by the time you got
Bit
home.
of salt.
The salt would already have been
Sea
eating
Lake
in.
just
So
down the road. What a great place for a race.
fantastic race.
Yeah.
Here we go, Chappie.
Stuart.
That's good to see Stu come over the line. Don't know if he's had any issues out there, but
No.
his time was a little bit slower, was it not? Oh, no.
First
That's
lap
his
this
second
morning.
lap.
Yeah, it's his second lap.
That's
First
his
lap
second
this
lap.
morning at 48.43.
Heath, you'll see on the Samba screen up there.
Look at that. How consistent is that?
Yeah, that's fantastic.
That's the
mate.
closest for the day, ladies and gentlemen. First lap this morning at 48.43. The second lap at 48.45.
2 seconds. 2 seconds. Captain
That is
consistent out here.
incredible. Any off-road driver that can just punch out consistent laps like that
On a deteriorating track.
passing cars is remarkable. And that is a great drive. Stuart, I must say, great drive, mate.
You'll see down here on the left, mate, you've got Mick Mars coming in. You'll see that dust in the distance. He's just coming in round past the airport. 4:39. These guys still haven't reached that creek crossing. So there's a massive gap behind Mick Marr from car 439, car 408, which is following car 43, Glenn McIntyre, through the desert.
What
The
about
edge of the
Mick
desert.
Marr jump on the first lap?
Big.
Huge jump. And of course, every bit as big as Greg Gardner's jump. And I tell you what, at the end of the day, we're going to guess who's done the biggest jump of the day. And we've got
Between those two trucks, in my mind.
We've got a little prize for the biggest jump of the day. So I've got it in the car. And, so you'll be handing it out, Sandy, at the end of the day. So we're up in the comm box between the three of us. We're going to work out who's done the biggest and the best jump for the day. So don't forget, at the end of the day, we're going to have a presentation out there, which we have every year. And of course, we have champagne and trophies. So don't go home. Stay for that. It's a big afternoon yet to come.
Indeed it is. There's still a fair few of these guys rattling along the edge of the desert out the back. There's Heath Weeden, it looks like. Habies have just entered the desert, so they've obviously rounded him up. 6684, obviously bopping along in the sand dunes. Molesey's out there, 135. If I can just get in a bit closer, we'll see. Molesey looks like he's right up the back of car 456 is Ian Terry. 1071, and then in front of that you've got Steve-O. These guys will be doing it tough. Those smaller Steve-O's old car will be doing it tough out in the desert. I tell you what, 1082.
That's what you call a hard day at the office, Sandy.
Oh, totally. Molesey's up around 1082 there, and 210. Michael Marzon, we can see on the screen over here. He's obviously on his way back or at a recovery point, where his crew will go and retrieve him to bring him back in.
Well, I'd like to thank Screenshot Big Screens for the big screen we got there today, and also the camera crew that are out there is from Dream Media, and they're on the cameras and they're doing the production for the weekend. Big jump.
I don't reckon that was as big as his first.
No, it wasn't. His first jump this morning was bigger, and I still reckon probably Greggy Gartner's the biggest jump for the day so far.
Without a doubt.
But once they learn down in the pits there that there's a prize, they'll be all doing it, mate. Yeah.
Especially coming from you.
Yeah, we are, absolutely. It's a big dollar prize. So, yep. And we'd like a few people to have a little bit of input in that, wouldn't we?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
for
why
sure.
not? So she's certainly a great day in Rainbow. Gee whiz, they've turned it on for us, the locals. Last night, of course, Glenn and I stayed in a local hotel up here. The meals were beautiful. And down at the local community showgrounds, that's where everybody stays. And, of course, the footy rooms are opened up down there, the big community hall, and they serve out about 150 meals to all the off-roaders. So
I ate 2 of them, mate.
You ate 2 of them?
Yeah.
A very well-oiled team down there.
Yeah, they're fantastic.
And how was it down there? I didn't get down there last night.
Meals were great. Had a bit of a salad and a bit of apple crumble or whatever it was at the end.
So everybody that's sitting at home and thinking about coming next year, was it worth it?
Hell yeah.
Oh, certainly is.
I tell you what, we just had word from our guys that are out on the halfway recovery point that Mike Marson has broken an axle.
Gee
and they're
whiz.
currently under tow back to the recovery point. So,
and that's a shame, you know. He'd have a spare axle in the trailer there.
not on the car though.
No, but he's come all the way from up the top end of Queensland. Like I think he lives up around Cairns or Townsville way. And to break an axle, it's sad. But he was one of our picks earlier on. He was one of the shakers and movers of the event. Michael Marson, of course, he's driving that racer buggy, beautiful buggy. And the races are very well constructed out of America, and it's got a 5-litre Windsor motor in it. And, of course, Michael drives it flat out everywhere he goes. And it's a shame to come home on a tow rope. You don't want to do that. It's a long way to come, and it's a longer drive home when you break down.
Definitely is, mate. I see over on our right on the main road on the back of a trailer. So what happens when you do break down? Your service crew will get called up. They'll go and get your transporter, trailer, truck, and go out to a recovery point where the recovery crews have towed them out to. And they've got separate points out there to go and pick them up. So there's a few that haven't made it round. There's about 6 or 7 cars in their service break.
Well, I know some of the competitors are in the pits now. The top
9.
Top 9 are all in the pits now, and I might say they can hear us down in the pits there. And I might say, guys, don't put your foot on the brake before the jump at the finishing line.
Yeah.
We want a big jump because there's a prize at the end of the day for the biggest jump.
Andy Brown, we saw you. Back off.
Yeah, he wussed out on us.
He did wuss out on us.
But I'm sure next time round, flat out, mate. Anyway, they're still out there and they're racing. We've got a lot of cars out on the circuit.
We've got a few coming back in. There's a bit of a gap in traffic, but I think you'll see in the next maybe 4 or so minutes, maybe 5 minutes, car 408, 117, 439, all on their way back in, just weaving. A couple of come in through the river there. Around there, there's a farmhouse out there you go past. I'll just get to it. 1036, car 43 and car 68.
Well, for the people that are sitting at home and listening to our commentary, we're up in a commentary box here. We're up on a hill. We're a little bit higher than everybody else, and we're looking out over the paddocks of beautiful Rainbow here, and we can see right out into the horizon. We can see a fair amount of the track. Choppers up. And, of course, I might say, if you want a helicopter ride and you want to go out and follow some of the cars around, don't forget to get down there and talk to the boys that are giving the helicopter rides. They're right next door to the food vendors up here. And don't forget to grab a steak sandwich or a coffee or a cold drink. Really, really good. And, of course, we'd like to thank all our major sponsors, which is ARB, Mickey Thompson Tyres and Raceline Wheels.
A few cars pulling in over on our left. See a little bit of a dust trail. So it might be the first of our bunch of 3 or 4 that are sort of stuck together.
Just noticed on my notes here, which I haven't mentioned on the live stream camera view, sponsors, there's Private Parts Engineering, Steel at Australia Distributors, Samba Metalworks and QMS Quality Metal Solutions. So
they're on the 3 cameras that we have out there today, mate.
Yep, and I noticed the Steel at tent down here on the hill, and the girls are up there selling their goods, I presume, out of the tent. So if you're interested in a bit of Steel at paint, go down and see the people in the tent.
Those folk are the camera they're on. We'll see come up there on about 2/3 of the way around, and Samba Metalworks camera's about 1/3 of the way around. So they've got them, and Quality Metal Solutions has dropped on top of us just here with their camera right next to us. So there's some downtime, but we're just right behind us at the airfield. Can't quite see what car's coming in, but I'm tipping it's maybe car 43, possibly followed by 408. So might have to go for Dean Miller, maybe. Gee whiz, look at that on that Steelite camera out on the edge of the desert. These class 6s and class 11s, gee, they work hard out there. I've got to tell you, that's rough, that's deep. And you know, the ruts, these cars only have sort of 29 or so inch tyres on some of those little class 11s and class 6s that are running around out there today. They there, here comes the Middlemiss car it was. There you go. Over, and they'll be coming in for their service break as well. Haven't seen Craig Barnett over the line, have we? So, no. So he might be, I think he's in that group further down.
Dave Middlemiss and Alice Middlemiss. Their first lap was a 51.41. We're waiting for the time to come up, a 52.26. And they're in for a service break.
There's a lot of cars in for a service break out there at the moment. We'll see. I'll go for a wander down there and see if we can have a chat to anybody. Not sure. Everybody's very busy down there, so... There you go, they're all grouped together. I'm not too sure how far I can get down here into the pits, guys, but we'll come down and just see what the vibe is down here.
Well, Glenn McIntyre just went across the line. His first lap was a 53.08. His second lap was a 52.42. Got Sandy Bowman heading down to the pits. He's going to have a bit of a talk with some of the competitors, we hope. We've given him a roving mic. It did work up the top here earlier, so...
Yeah, mate, I just see Bowie's down here. The guys are filling up the car with fuel. They've got everything out, all the safety equipment. They've all got to have long sleeves, got to be a certain distance away from the car, and also got to have a fire extinguisher at hand in case something goes wrong. out. Everyone's
McIntyre
pretty busy.
car into the pits. And Jamie Knight through the finish line. Good to see him finishing. He had a few issues out there.
See the Chappie entry. It's a little bit more relaxed than I expected down here, I must say. All going well? Just got Stu Chapman doing stellar job out there today, mate.
Oh yeah, we're just trying to circulate and get some points for the Sunday, but yeah, having some fun.
Car feels good, it's going well. I see they're dropping a little bit of oil in there.
A little bit of oil. The straights are pretty long, and she's revving a little bit, a little 2 litre. But no, I have a bit of a boost leak, so a bit slower on the straights today. But I'll try and get around.
Stellar job, mate. Enjoy it. Car's looking fantastic. Good to see. He's now got his brother Clayton there, fellas. He's the pit crew after detonating his yesterday.
So we just had James Tyrrell go through, car 1036. His first lap was a 52.54 and a 53.46, and now he's in on a service break. He'll be happy with that. And also Dean Miller came through on a 54.15 and a 53.07.
Just watched Dean Miller come around here, mate. They seem comfortable in their car. Might try and go over for a quick catch-up as they're getting out. It is a bit hard while everybody's trying to work on their cars and prep their cars for these last couple of laps, but we've got Bowie's car down here. They're starting to wrap up their break time. They've already fueled the car. I don't know if they've had any issues that we know of, but they've got the laptop out having a look.
It's pretty untidy out the back, but
We've watched on the cameras, mate. It looks like a washing machine out there.
oh, it is. The holes are huge. You know, they're deep as the front of the car. So yeah, it's just trying to smash through those, and then smash through on the first lap, and the second we just back off a bit. But yeah, I don't know which way to attack it, to be honest. Like you say, the back wheels are never on the ground, so you're getting no drive. So we sort of try to go through them with a bit of a rhythm, but it doesn't happen.
I saw Michael Marson broke a rear axle out there, so it's definitely on the cards, isn't it?
Oh, 100%. Just the shock load's just on and off all the time. So, yeah, hopefully this car stays together and it's all good.
Right, they're wonderful. No other issues?
No, other than that, everything. No, we just put a bit of compression into it because it's been bottoming out. So, yeah, we'll just try that. Something different. We never really touched the car, but it's hitting pretty hard out there. So we thought we'd just change something to see if it's better. Yeah. But yeah, hopefully it's better. If not, we'll put up with it.
All right, go and have a drink, rehydrate, and get back into it. Enjoy. Good luck for the final two. I'm not sure how far we can actually get down here. Be nice to get over and have a chat to these couple of leaders, Brent Martin and Andy Brown, but we might have a quick chat to Michael Marr in that grey TSCO truck you saw, car 482. They came over. I swear they had 2 rear quarter panels in this. One they left with sitting in the truck maybe this morning, but now they've got 0 on, no back quarter panels on it. And they're all hidden on me down here. Boys checking wheel nuts. Obviously already refueled the car. That's one of the first things that happens when the cars come in. And because they're on a time limit, although you think 45 minutes is a fairly long time, when you get out here and you've only got 1 or 2 crew You've only got 1 or 2 crew working on some of the cars. Some people might have 5 or 6 people out here working on the cars, but that 45-minute break gets chewed up pretty quick. Michael's around the front of the car here doing tyre pressure checks, regassing shocks, obviously maybe just bottoming out. I know some of the guys out there were troubled with rear end issues, and we saw last night a lot of the guys winding the compression up in the rear end.
Oh, g'day.
G'day.
Hello.
What's going on here? Shock pressures.
Just checking them. She was a bit rough out the back and didn't go as smoothly as I would have liked to over those big bumps. So
I think that's the same story for everybody, I've got to tell you.
did everybody else break a wheel on a tree too?
Well, there's been, if I just saw saying before, Michael Marson broke a rear axle. So, it's not without its damage, but apart from that, is the car going okay?
Yeah, going pretty good. Oh, that's hot. Yeah, going good. Like I said, it's getting real rough out there, so we're just checking everything to make sure that we have got all our gas and that.
These guys have got a limited time, 45-minute service time. As you can see, they're frantically trying to get things sorted for the next 2 laps. They are in contention. Got a little bit of work to catch Greg Gartner in their class. And also, they've still got a little bit of work to get overall, but you never know what happens on the last 2 laps. This track is chopped out massively out the back from what I've heard from most of the teams. So if we can get down and see our second and third sort of place getters at the moment. Brent Martin, maybe, if he's not too busy down here. And also Andy Brown in the 45 car.
Sandy, you're heading down towards the Brent Martin team?
I am indeed, mate.
See if we can get some more lies out of them. How many gallons of oil has it used in that last 2 laps, mate?
I'll ask old man Martin. He'll tell the truth.
Don't ask Craig. You won't get it straight. You won't get it straight, mate. Ask straight the horse's mouth.
They've just fired that thing back up. Obviously, righto, I'm here with Craig. They actually got. Not sure if you've got us up there, but they have put 4 litres of oil in it. There's about 45 people climbing all over Brent's car. So you understand. You can understand. There's about 45 people climbing over Brent's car, so you can understand why he's always up the top end. Old man Martin, he's telling me that there's about 4 litres gone into that car this morning as well. So 4 litres oil usage every couple of laps. But I think if it can not use any more, they should be fine. Greg Gartner's backing back out. He's obviously getting ready to go back up to the start line at the end of his service break. Their crew all seem to be happy. All seem to be fairly happy with the car by the sounds of things. And also Andy Brown's car also has about 500 people working on this car currently. There's no limit, but there is obviously safety issues when it comes to fueling the car. So we all need to make. Who? Yeah. Always. Who? Oh, I hear Jamie Knight's back out on the track, which is fantastic as well. A couple of these cars had to come in and do quick repairs to get back out there. So the first of our leaders will be heading back out shortly. Barnett crew's fueling their car with all the correct safety equipment in place.
We've got Greg Gartner coming out to the starting line, ladies and gentlemen. He's our current leader. Thanks for that, Sandy. Can we catch up with anybody else down there in service break? I know they don't get a lot of time.
No, they don't get a lot of time. Barnett's are repairing a brake line, fueling up the car, and they're getting ready to get back out there. They've obviously hit something, wrapped a tree around the brake line, or even just...
what about
corrugations, etc.
Andy Brown, mate, down there? Is he in the back of the truck on the exercise bike?
He is, mate.
Oh, right.
I just can't get down that far to have a word to him because we run out of a bit of range down here. So
He likes to keep up his energy and get on the exercise bike in the back of the truck in between heats.
I did hear that. So we might go up and have a chat to the crew of 614. Chilby, he was super fast in the prologue yesterday morning. We saw he did a fantastic time. They all look very relaxed over in this camp. You look like you've just run through the desert, mate.
Yeah, no, that was a tough run out there. It's getting really rough, but put on well to. But a bit of a vibration going on in the front diff there, so I'm not too sure what's going on there. So
we did watch a few of these go through the desert on the cameras out there, and running sort of a 32, 33 inch tyre. They it looks like the whoops were about 3 times the height of the tyre out there.
yeah, they were. It feels like you go down and up forever, but yeah, yesterday that's what caught us out yesterday, and just nosedove into one and broke an axle. But today, just conservative and just riding over them more so than and just trying to get it through the day.
No belt issues out there.
Not today. We fixed that axle and then we got going again, and then we done a belt yesterday, and that's what the 2 stoppage was yesterday. But today, no, we've managed to keep the temp down. We'll change the belt now for the last 2 laps, and we should be right.
No worries, mate. Well, good luck. You had a ripper prologue yesterday. We saw, so hopefully at the end of the day it turns out well for you as well.
Yeah, hopefully just get to the end and all safe and well, and we'll be right.
Mate, enjoy.
That's the trials and tribulations of off-road racing, all the little things that happen that the people don't see at home, all little bits and pieces, wiring, braking, axles breaking, little things that can let you down in this sport, that's for sure. We've got Greggy Gartner on the line. He's about to take off and start this afternoon section. We've got 2 laps to go, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the...
I see Dean Carter's back in the pits, boys. He's just over his service break, I take it?
Yes, you're certainly right there. He came in a minute ago. Dean Carter came through with a 52.54.
And they tell me he had a flat tyre out there, so that shouldn't be too hard to flip another tyre on. Most guys will carry 2 or 3 spares in the trailer, and at the halfway break they'll bang another one in as a spare so they can keep circulating.
We certainly picked that up in the box earlier, Sandy, when Dean went through on a 1 hour 3. So we figured that it was about, he lost time changing a tyre. See, Danny Brown should really get off that scooter and walk around a bit. Anyway, we should get Danny Brown up in the box with us and have a talk. He looks like he's looking for somebody, but he's the winner of our prologue yesterday. Oh.
Just see down here behind you, Darren, down in the hot work area, Stu Chapman's doing a bit of welding down here. I hope they're welding the wastegate closed so he can make up a few places. Got a designated hot work area down here. You're not allowed to do any welding in the pit area main itself. Most of that's got to be done in this hot work area, which is away from obviously the race fuels, even barbecues. If they want to fire up a barbecue in the pits, it's got to come up to hot work area as well. So they told me there was nothing really wrong with this car. What's happened, Rob?
Oh, the turbo's trying to leave the engine, but we're trying to prevent that happening, all right?
because without the turbocharger part of this poor little milk bottle engine, it is only 2 litres. so no, it'll be good.
And we're away. So listen to that big V8 singing.
Bolt and the normal bush stuff. You're used to that, mate.
I've got to tell you, we went to bring the car out for this race ourselves, and I still had a bolt welded onto a shock mount that I welded on at Pines 3 years ago. So it's still there and it's still working, so I'm not changing it. There you go, you can see some of them. This is some of the stuff, and I'm tipping when these guys get back there with such a high-class team, they will have all this pulled apart, new manifolds on, new turbos on, and rectify the problem, so it definitely doesn't happen again next time round. Is Greggy left for his last lap? He's just left the line up there, fellas.
Yeah, Greg Gartner's left the line. We got 7 minutes before Brent Martin leaves on corrected time. So, and then we've got Andy Brown about 32 seconds behind him, I believe. So we're not far off. Here's Brent Martin online. Andy Brown.
So what they're doing, ladies and gentlemen, is they're leaving at where they come in and the gap as the difference between the cars. So there's approximately 7 minutes between first and second, and then there's only 32 seconds, as Darren said, between second and third, and then it looks like another minute and a half or something between third and fourth.
So obviously down there the Martins drained every bit of oil out of that race truck and put into that car, and it's back on the line, but it's using about, we believe, which we've been told, about 4 or 5 litres of oil per 2 laps, every 2 laps.
That's right, mate.
So Sandy's just been down there. Back to you, Sandy.
Mate, I can't breathe. It's a long way.
You're not looking fit, mate. I think you need the gym. So we'll get Sandy back up into the air-conditioned box. Now, I've just given but while we're waiting on the start here, I've just been given an update by head office over there on Hayden Bentley's little mishap that he had yesterday. And I've been given a statement to read, and it says Hayden has a fractured L2 and is in the Horsham Hospital, but doing okay. Thank you to all those who have been asking about his well-being. Now, that's our update. That's all I'm allowed to read. But, yes, Hayden has a fractured L2. So I'm sure they're one of the things that happen in off-road racing. He landed a little bit awkward, and he's cracked obviously a disc in his back. So he'll heal up. He'll be back to see it again. He'll probably have to have a few months off, and then he'll be back into it again.
And Sandy? I believe it was a massive hit out there yesterday, but
you know,
that does happen. Been there, done that myself a few times. We've got Brent on the start line, mate, ready to go and try and hunt down Gardner.
Look at that. Who we got in the box here with us? The winner of the prologue yesterday.
Son of Andy.
Danny, how are you, mate?
Yeah, good, thanks. We had a bit of bad luck yesterday, but Dad's still circulating, so thought we'd come and give him a hand and keep an eye on things.
Oh, that's good, mate. And you had a good run yesterday. The car went well in the prologue.
Yeah, we wicked it up a bit. We turned the boost up, so it was everything it had. And yeah, everything started to get a little bit warm, which you expect with when you're asking for everything out of the motor. You know, things do get hot. So, but it was only short. It's 9K, so when everything was getting hot, we just knew, hey, it's only a little bit more time to go. So we'll just keep pushing through and see how it goes.
So you got to go home, rectify the issue. I believe it's a torque converter or something, torque converter pump. Yeah. And then where are we going next?
Yeah, so we've got Hillston next. And we've got some testing to do. We've got I've got a paddle shift system put in the car, and a bunch to do with the suspension as well. So we've got all that sitting there. We just ran out of time to do it before this event. So I've got the spare boxes sitting there ready to go in. So we'll throw that in. Put the paddle shift stuff in, and get the car ready. The good thing is, you know, we only did a small amount, so we don't have to do a full prep on the car. We can just throw the stuff in and go testing.
Now, this is a bit of an opposite from the last race.
Yeah,
Dad won the prologue at Millicent last year, and you won the race. And today we've got you winning the prologue and Dad out in the race, but he's doing quite well at the moment.
Yeah, he's we just ran over the car. The car looks really good. A little bit of oil everywhere as you expect. You know, things bouncing around, stuff comes out, but he's bottoming out really bad. So we put a bit more ride height into it. We put another 10 mil on the coil and another turn into the mid and long compression tubes just to try and stop it bottoming in those bumps. So we'll know pretty quick. We'll watch him in this infield here, and if it kicks in the bum, I'm going to get a kick in the bum.
He's doing well, the old bloke, anyway, isn't he?
Yeah, no, he punts along all right. So he reckons he probably hasn't got much more left in him. That's about as fast as he can drive around that track today. It is real rough, and the dust. He sort of said he can get on that dust gap of Brent, but he's not getting past him. And then Damon Nickel behind him is sort of closing up in him on the rough stuff. And then when they get back to those straights, he sort of gets away from him. So yeah, it's going to be hard to pass with that dust.
Well, we noticed his times have been very consistent, Danny. Like Andy there this morning, he's done a 45.30 and a 45.24, 6 seconds between the two laps, which is very consistent. And in today's racing, in lap 1 and 2, he's the second fastest out on the circuit. So done really well. And of course, Brent Martin, who's on our line now, we're waiting him to go off. But do you reckon Dad will get around him?
Nah, it's too hard to get past Brent. He punts along really hard. Unless Dad can get him in the sandy stuff out the back, and Brent's kind enough to let over. But you got to remember they're both running for points. Greg Gartner isn't registered for ARB points, so there goes Brent Martin. Currently leading the points if he finishes today. So and Dad in second. So yeah, we'll watch Dad on the infield and see if it kicks in the bum.
Yep. So what did you say? Greg wasn't registered for points?
Nah, I'm pretty sure Greg's not registered for ARB Championship points. So that's probably another reason why Brent's backed off a bit today, because he doesn't need to push to if he's thinking about a championship again, he's got that number 1 on top, which he will be. He doesn't need to push that hard to try and catch Greg and potentially wreck something or wreck the car.
That surprises me simply because Greg said the other day he's going to run all the ARBs plus Fink, so it surprised me he didn't enter for that. So well, good start by your dad.
I might have got my wires crossed, but we'll see.
Now, you've been to a lot of races over the years, mate. What do you think of this event at Rainbow?
Oh, it's great. It's when the town gets behind it like they do, and it's a big thing for everybody. The town gets behind it. It's good for us. Being from Melbourne, it's a close event. The camping's good. The kids love it. The food's great. The viewing's really good. And as a competitor, the track's awesome.
And the big screen, of course, the big screen. We're going out live all over the world. So that's certainly a step up for the sport and the ARB series.
Yeah, definitely. The live stream's been really good. I've obviously got a chance to watch it today because I've had nothing else to do. So it's great being able to keep an eye on the cars. We were just sitting out at one of the road stops there and just had the phone out and watching it. And we can see where everyone is and see some points around the track. So I'm hoping everyone at home's really enjoying it because I think it's a great thing for our sport.
So all the off-roaders that are sitting at home and they're saying, I wished I was there, next year's going to be as big and as good as this event?
Oh, yeah, I think the whole championship's getting a whole bunch of momentum, but they don't have to wait until next year. The Hillston's in July, so they can have plenty of time to get their cars ready and come across.
We've certainly got some good events, haven't we, coming up? We've got Hillston and Gundawindi, and then the last event down there at Millicent. So we've certainly got a good series, Australian Championship series.
Yeah, it's a great, it's plenty of, sorry, we're just watching Dad come across. I'm just seeing if his compressions work. And it looks like it's not kicking too much in the bum, so that should be good when it gets out the back there. It's pretty rough coming through this corner here. It looks nice.
I'm sure he'll let you know if it's not right, Danny.
100%. So, but yeah, the rest of the championship's looking really great. Great field of competitors here, and moving forward, I think it's going to be a good thing. It's just going to be more and more. Some people pick and choose the events they want to come to for some reason. Some people might not like some certain track, but it's for me, I love them all. So the more the merrier when it comes to off-road racing.
The ones that aren't muddy, we love, mate.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than mud. That's what I was sort of happy about today, breaking down. For us, we were in the lead when we broke down, and the car's not muddy, so there's not a lot of work to do.
And in the commentators' box, we can pick every car as they're coming at us. They're not all brown. Yeah. So, no, thanks very much for coming up in the box today, Danny, and great drive yesterday, mate. And you've got another prologue trophy to put in the box.
Yeah, well, we'll try and get all 4 of those this year, and maybe we'll get a bonus at the end of the year from Raceline. Who knows?
Good. We'll see you at the next event, mate. All the best.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Here comes 2:10 over the line. I'm tipping that's the end of their second lap. Coming in for a break. The 1:10 car of the Holtz was off the line. Tell you what, some of these guys, I'm really surprised how far up the line some of these cars can get. I saw Bowie down there was winding a bit more in the back end. Everybody seems to be putting more and more compression in the back end out there this afternoon. So obviously the tracks is getting deeper and deeper out in the ruts, especially out in the desert. See the nickel car coming across in front of Lake Wells. Doing a phenomenal job today. 4th place outright for that car. Tell you what, the 2 Burrows cars are still going strong, which is good to see. You know, we had you see things like Clayton Chapman's car yesterday out. That's a really strong contender, etc. And to run 2 cars is a big effort. Mark Burrows on his way out in that brand new car. It's a first event for that car. Here's 2:10 back in for their break. It'll be a 45-minute break for those guys. So it's a bit of a mixed bag out there at the moment as far as who's on track and who's in the pits.
Bowie leaves the start line. The 10 car, just watching that Southern Cross buggy of the Tuckers in the infield. That's going really well. Looks like it's handling really well too. There's young Matthew Burrows in 123, leaves the start line. Was navigated today by Jay Mitchell.
Weekend,
he is.
Wow,
doing really well.
They took the turbos off this car. This is the old boy's old car. And I tell you what, if he had a bit of boost this weekend on that car, I reckon he'd be either right up the old boy or in front of him. So he's doing a fantastic job. Hasn't really been doing nationals for too long. I think he raced one last year. Is that right? That was about the only one. First year last year, running the championship. So
Well, Sandy, I've just been down to get some chips and gravy, and for lunch, beautiful. If you're sitting on the hill and you're trying to decide what to get for lunch, beautiful steak sandwiches and coffee with the ladies up here at the catering tent. Of course, that's all the ladies are from the Rainbow Risers Event Association. And, of course, a couple of our sponsors, which I'd like to mention, is Grain Corp, Hindmarsh Shire Council, and the Wimmera Mallee Waste that take away all our rubbish from the weekend. So if you do see any rubbish laying on the ground, can you please pick it up and put it in the bins as well?
we don't like to really leave a footprint here, do we?
No, exactly right. And of course, I must say, after this event, this whole track is reinstated back to with a grader and brought back to its original surface.
Massive job. I know they spend sometimes days tidying up after the event. See Heath Whedon there coming around out in the desert, still circulating reasonably well. It didn't look as as uncomfortable as some of those smaller Class 6 and Class 11 cars that were coming through earlier. I had a chat to a couple of those guys down there, and They look like they were saying they've basically buttoned off a little bit just to look after the cars in that rough stuff, and the belts and those Can-Ams get hot on the way back in at the high speeds, so they'll every now and then they'll melt a belt off the car. But all going strong. You know, they're only running a 32-inch tyre on them, and those ruts, I know we were out on the edge of the desert where our crew is at the moment, the guys that run my car, and they are their ruts on that corner on the entry of the desert become about 1.5 metres deep. I can't quite see the number on that car that's pulled up there on that Steelix camera, but is that a 135 Molesey's car? It does look a bit like Molesey's car. I just quite can't see the number there. But, Molesey is out on his way out of the desert by the looks of where he's situated on the rally safe. There's Hank Parker. I keep saying Hank, and I'm very sorry for that. I've got a really good mate that's name's Hank, so I'm just used to saying it. Sorry. Hank's, look at that car battling through there. I know what the Class 7s and 8s are like, and he's doing it tough right now. That thing's like a pogo stick. Soft sand. The snot coming out of that diesel. 4.5 litre turbocharged V8 diesel. Here we are. The Habies. They're back. They've done it. Hopefully they've fixed their gremlin. We'll see their time in a minute. So that'll tell us whether they've fixed their gremlins or not, won't it?
I reckon it'll be a fast call.
I reckon it might be fast. They know what they're doing. It's just a matter of getting a clean run.
124, but he had a stop.
He did have a stop, didn't he? Yeah, 124.35, but that was because he did a loop.
So
After he left the start line, he did a loop back around, went back into the pits and did fluff around with the car for about
I think
10
he
minutes.
had trouble in his first lap too. He did a 56.27.
Unlike the Habies.
No, certainly not. That car's normally right up the pointy end. And he, of course, with the pit stop that he had, he's done a 124.35. So Ian Terry probably be the next one along, I believe. Of course, I believe that Jamie Knight's rectified his issue. He'll probably be back out again. He had a radiator hose, I believe, let go. Of course, they've come all the way down from Queensland, down from Gundawindi. And it's a long way to come to have issues, but he's sorting out that truck. So hopefully he gets back out there and has another crack at it. But Ian Terry, because he was our man yesterday, it was bogged for a while.
He was in the white 456 car.
And
Four.
who was bogged here last year, Glenn? Very famous man was bogged out the back for a while. So Warren Luff, that's right, was bogged out here last year for about 2 or 3 hours, and he spent 2 or 3 hours on a shovel digging out that Volkswagen.
That's right, Class 7 car.
Yep, correct.
Well, Mick Mayer's lined up, ready to go. He hit a tree out there. He said something about tearing a wheel off or smashing a wheel, and he was winding the pressure, checking gas pressures in the front end. Said it was bottoming out. So even these big trucks, some of the best cars in the country, are still taking a hiding out there. So that tells you how tough the track is, especially out on the desert there. Look at the dust on the screen from that Samba Metalworks camera. It's phenomenal. I'll tell you what, for a guy that was worried about beating up his car, Mick Maher took off with a fair bit of throttle.
What about poor old Stuart Chapman? He's taken off right behind him. Gee whiz, that'd be a hard day.
Smart move. If he knows he's not going to catch him, then he's only got to suck dust for a little bit until
and let him go.
And let him go, you know. So
gee whiz.
He might have done that on purpose. You never know.
And of course, the Middlemisses are lined up. David Middlemiss and Alice Middlemiss, his wife, sits in with him in his car. Car's been extremely well prepared vehicle. This, it's got a Nissan V6 VQ35 in the back with an Albans transmission, 5-speed, I believe. And Dave drives it extremely well. And in that class, it's class 1 now. He is always at the pointy end. He does well to get this car. It's called a beam car, meaning the way the front end's constructed on the car. It's a bit like a Volkswagen type car. It runs a trailing arm, where the new vehicles now run a A-arm front end, which have a little bit more wheel travel.
And a lot nicer ride.
Oh, certainly is. Yeah, well, the wheel travel in the front of this car of Dave Middlemiss's, I can assure you he will have no more than about 13 inches of wheel travel. And he'll have about 19 in the back, and that's about all you can get in a beam car. But he pokes it around pretty well for a car that doesn't have a great deal of wheel travel. So he's lined up. He's next one away.
Hear that chopper out the back door of the commentary box, obviously just about to take flight too.
Well, speaking of that, what about the chopper rides? How good are they?
It's been up in the air more than it's been landed, I think, today, hasn't it?
Oh, it certainly has been, and the people are certainly taking advantage of it. The chopper pilot here, he's first class. He's a great pilot, and he loves to take you out and find the car that you're supporting, and he'll find it for you, and you can follow it along a bit. So just get up there and see the people from the helicopter rides at the back near the food tent. Doing a great job. Of course, don't forget the food tent. Well, we're going to get a coffee and some sandwiches.
I see the 68 Barnett car rolling through the pits, mate. It must be coming back out to line up at the end of their service break. The crew walking back, sweating, having drinks. So obviously everybody's been down there. And I said before when I was down there, no kidding, there was 8 people on Brent Martin's car.
Gee whiz.
Andy Brown the same. So
yep, that's good. He would have had...
That's more than a V8 supercar team, isn't it?
It certainly is. Andy Brown would have had all Danny Brown's mechanics on the car with him as well. So it was good to see that it's a bit of a change, that the boys all chipped in and helped Andy get out. And, of course, it's good if the driver can go and sit in the back of the car or the truck and have a cold drink and a bit of a rest while the boys are prepping the car and putting fuel in it.
Gartner, just have a look on the screen, mate. Gartner has absolutely nobody in front of him. So that's what having that service break's done. It's allowed some of these slower cars to clear the field. And some other events run a reverse grid, and that sort of allows these fast guys to overtake the slower cars early on so they don't get to see them. They don't have to pass them again at the end of the weekend. But
well, it'll be interesting because, as we said earlier, Greg Gartner's first lap of today was a 41.47, which was the fastest lap of the weekend for anybody. Yesterday, I think his fastest lap was about a 42. His second lap today, it chopped up a bit. He had a few cars to pass, was a 43-minute lap. Now he's got no traffic out there at all, but the track has chopped up quite considerably. So it'll be interesting to see what sort of lap time he does on lap 3 and what sort of jump will he do here at the start-finishing line. Mate, gee whiz, he did not back off.
I think we know what we're going to see. It's going to be big.
It'll be big. Well, I've been measuring it here with this tree in front of us, straight in front of the booth. The third, there's 3 trees. There's one in our vision for the start line. There's two others, and he's been jumping out to this third tree, which is the ARB banner in front of us. I'd love to step that out how big it is, but it's huge jumps.
I see Jamie Knight right out the back. So the first cars that Greg Gartner might come up on is a couple of Class 4s in his own class of Ian Terry and Jamie Knight. Now those guys are way out the back at the desert. So by the time they're coming back in, Gartner may or may not have caught them by then, but yeah, 1082 there's not flying over the finish line. All different sorts of problems. You just don't know what you face out there. Rob Stuyber. And then there's the little Lavis entry, 6684. Matt Lavis down from New South Wales. Him for their service break. So we've got basically the back half of the field is on the back half of the track on their second lap this morning. So they've got about half a lap to go before they start coming in for their breaks.
So Matt Lavis did a 1 hour 15. So it's about 10 minutes slower on his second lap. So he might have had a puncher of some description. And Rob Stuyber from Queensland did a 1 hour 16. So it's either got very, very rough out there or they both had issues. But they're definitely 10 minutes a lap slower on their second lap.
The Middlemas car must be nearly ready to leave the line for their last section for today, section 3. There you go, on their way. And look at the quartet of cars behind them. Car 43, Glenn McIntyre, the 408 entry. And James Tyrrell in his single-seater Jimco, and the Barnett car. There you go, Steve-O's made it round. He'll be wrapped to get in, have a break, have a chat, I'm sure.
Peter Stevens, Ian Terry hasn't come through.
Ian Terry looks like he's down the very back of the field, mate.
Oh,
Moseying along through the desert. We might see him pop up on one of those cameras out there. Maybe the Steeled Australia camera out in the corner very soon.
Peter Stevenson, there you go. Look at that time. His first lap was a 1 hour 2. His second lap was a 1 hour 18.
That's because they're got to drive an extra 5 kilometres up and down these holes out in the desert, I reckon. Because, mate, I reckon they're gotten 2 and 3 metres deep.
He'll be down in the pits getting a massage off Jody, won't he?
Possibly.
Gee whiz.
There you go, Glenn McIntyre off the line. Car's looking nice and smooth as well.
Mind you, Steve-O's car still looks great as it went past. Some of these cars aren't leaking any oil, or they're as clean as the day they started yesterday.
I haven't seen one bit of mud on one car. He was out there getting bopped around. 798, he's just come through the hardest part of the desert. There goes that Miller entry. That's a good looking car too, isn't it? That Class 4. James is on the start line. Another 10 class car. The 10 class cars have been doing okay this weekend. They are a bit more spread out than what I expected. And Bowie's actually dropped a few places out there. He was complaining that it was just getting a bit too rough for his car, and he was trying to look after the car a bit better.
Well, we've got Pup on the line here, and he actually called me during the week for a little bit of information, and he said, I know this is a tough race, Wellsy. How do I get to the end of the day? I said, just go out there, don't worry about anybody else, and just shift gears, take it nice and easy, and you'll be there at the end of the day. And I think that's what he's doing.
He's got a pretty well-seasoned car, so it's not like it's not been sorted, you know. Pretty well sorted over time. He has changed an engine recently, so there has been some changes to the car, but overall, there's no design issues in the car or anything from early on.
Did have a turbo on that car, and they've taken it off, and it's got an SR20 in it.
You see Greg coming through. Compare him to, say, Hank Parker or a couple of the little 6 class cars. I tell you what, maybe they were in the holes.
What number was that?
408.
Car number 408, Dean Miller and Joe Cassie going through the centre. Certainly handling extremely well. Very well presented truck. Got a couple of Can-Ams on the line now. I can't read the number from here, but 2 in a row.
There you go. Class 7 Heath Whedon over the line. He's had a bit of a rough weekend chasing lizards through the car, as we said earlier. He accidentally picked up a bearded dragon yesterday as he came through some treat areas. You see on that Samba screen, Mick Maher heading out. He's still a fair way behind Greg Gartner. He's, you know, they're half a lap down almost.
Makes you wonder too, Sandy, because Mick Maher's shown that car no mercy all weekend so far. I don't know whether he's had a hiccup at some stage, but he's certainly driving it fast.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of fresh air in front of him. It looks like Ian Terry may not have moved for a little while.
I noticed when he come through the start-finish line after lap 1, it kind of looked a bit lazy, like it might have had a little bit of an issue. Good to see plenty of spectators on the hill spectating this great event over this weekend. The wind's certainly come up. It's quite windy out there now by the look of it,
but
Sandy,
there's
which is good.
Not a drop of dust, which is fantastic.
And it's blowing kind of away to our right.
Here it is.
798.
76 Toyota wagon. Now that car's just had a whole heap of boost and a whole heap of fuel thrown in it, a bit of suspension, and they're having a party out there in that thing. We watched it in the desert before on the cameras out the back, and gee, they were doing it tough. The thing was in the air more than it was on the ground.
I tell you what, my back's not good enough for one of those, Sandy.
Hurt looking at it.
Most of the suspension in these vehicles is your spine.
It is. Probably why mine's no good anymore. Our race leader, Greg Gartner's just probably winding his way through the little riverbed section before heading back in to the finish area on the big long straights, winding back there. But as you can see down the bottom of your screen, 410 is his number, and he's got a massive gap between the next car, Brent Martin. Brent Martin's still half the desert away. There's Jamie Knight all the way down from Queensland, up near our Goondiwindi track. They've travelled a fair way down, but
he's had his issues this morning, but
hasn't he? What?
It seems like I think it was a radiator hose I saw on the computer, so he's obviously rectified that, and still travelling really well. So he's come in for his 45-minute service break.
There he goes, Jamie Knight in for his break. I'm sure they'll be glad. I can see Cal wandering back to the pits. They'll probably rehydrate, have a break, do all the necessary checks. Once again, these guys, when they get down there, they've got to have their crew have to be out of the car to refuel the car. They have to have long sleeves on, fire extinguishers, in case anything goes wrong. You come in, the car's just been on the rev limiter for 70 plus kilometres, 2 laps, and then come in to shut it off and pour fuel. The thing is stinking hot, so quite easily you can have a fire, so that's pretty paramount in the safety down there.
Looks like Dean Carter on the line, is it?
It is
Sam?
Indeed, mate. He's sort of stuck around that top 10 or 15, hasn't he? He must have been knocked back a little bit, because I remember watching him at Pines, and he was doing quite well out there last year.
He certainly was. He was right up the pointy end all day at Pines, and to be back
track
there,
here, though. Different track, you know.
Different weather, different day, but maybe he's had an issue. There's not too many that haven't had issues, so
I haven't really seen anybody that hasn't been under their car and checking on something. Must be very close to heading back out. Well, we've got out at the moment. There's a fair few that look like they're out. I'm tipping we've lost another 5 or 6 or 7 cars today. Molesey's stopped with a flat out there currently. We've probably only got 3 or 4 cars left to come in on the end of their excuse me, the end of their first 2 laps, which is Ian Terry, Brett Tilson in the GQ Patrol, Molesey hasn't been in for his break by the looks of what I can see here. He did have a troubled first lap too, didn't he? He couldn't make it round.
Yeah, he's had issues today, that's for sure. And if he's got a flat, well, it's not a major
That's-
issue. At least
but
you
it's
can.
easy 5 minutes unless you've got a gun navigator.
Yeah, we normally allow more like 8 these days, but yeah, they can do it quicker if they're fast. But just depends on the terrain too, where you've got to jack the thing up, Sandy. If it's sandy, and you know, as you probably found in the past, they can fall off the jack and all sorts of things go on. It can get really ugly.
There he goes, Dean Carter off the line. On to his last 2 laps of the day. Now, folks, over on the left, it's showing me that our race leader, Greg Gartner's coming in. And I'm sure you guys can hear him better out there than what we can in here. That's definitely the big blue truck.
The big blue truck with the lights on. Over to the left. Out there on his own, no dust around him, so he'll be making really good times. But if he's sensible and he looked at the times prior to going out, which I'm sure he was told, that he'd have to back off a little bit, surely. I'd expect this time to be a couple of minutes slower than his previous laps.
Do you really think, mate?
But maybe I'm dreaming.
Is who you're talking about?
Maybe I'm dreaming.
Yeah, he's on his way back down around near the airfield. So there'll only be 1 or 2 minutes until our race leader swings past again.
So all of a sudden, we've got our leader coming up to his last lap. But where it's going to make it interesting, we've got 2 side-by-sides about to leave the start line.
If I was them, I would just sit tight.
But they don't know. That's the thing. They don't
will
know.
They'll know
If
in
they
about
don't,
a minute.
They'll know pretty quickly. But
what a time to
there's
take off.
it's both the 11 cars, which have been together side by side all weekend.
Side by side, yeah. The I got to tell you, I wouldn't want to be those guys. However, get it over and done early, then they've got probably nobody around them for a little while either.
But the thing is, they're not going to know, Sandy. They're not going to know that you've got this big truck, which we can hear now, trophy truck.
Will
Just
this be the jump of the day?
Crying out for help out the back here.
Will it be the jump of the day, or will it be the... Last year, I think he did the biggest jump on the last lap. So, it'll be very interesting.
That means he'll back off this time, will it? And he'll just save himself for the last lap.
I think he might.
I've got his crew out the back of the commentary box staring over the fence at him. They don't seem too concerned, though.
Oh, well, and that 11 car's just left the start line. Man, I hope his navigator has a good look. Because and here's
Greggy now.
Greggy now through the fence, or the gate, what we call at the top of the property here. And here he comes. Oh, look at that. Oh, awesome. And he's obviously seen the dust of the side-by-side, the 11 car. So more than likely he'll be going, oh, what's that?
Probably already on the radio.
Yeah,
more than
hadn't
likely.
had too much dust today, boys. He's had a fairly good run. So he's going to about to chew some. But
What's the difference in speed now with that side-by-side, that red side-by-side down that bottom chute?
So Greg's come in, and if you have a look, you'll see car 1, Brent Martin, is just coming through the riverbed. So that's a solid 10 minutes behind.
Well, he started 7 minutes behind him off the start before. We had the starting sheet there that Glenn's got, and it was a 7-minute gap, so he might have dropped back 2 or 3 more minutes too, Sandy. I think you might be right.
Will be interesting because Andy Brown in 45, he left 32 seconds after Brent. So what's it showing on the GPS?
If you show on the screen there, there's probably a little bit bigger gap than that too.
Bigger gap now. Okay.
Andy Brown's not far behind him.
No, not too far behind.
Yeah,
Brent's just
right.
gone through the riverbed.
And there's Greggy just passing that side by side down there now. So there's one down, and he doesn't know it yet, but there's one to go. But just going easy on the infield.
Probably at a mere 200 down there.
Just noticed a bit of a miss at about 11,000.
It certainly has. Right into that berm corner. We saw a car roll there yesterday.
Watch how rough it is there. Big hole about there, but it just goes through it so well.
Strangely enough, there's some big whoops through here, but that truck seems to be doing it very easy.
Yes, folks, he has got a navigator in there. Doesn't say much.
He's probably trying to breathe more than talk.
Has been in there since day dot, so he knows what to expect.
He's certainly a very accomplished driver. Greg Gartner and Jamie Jennings.
Jamie must have nightmares at night thinking, oh, I've got to do this all again to tomorrow. Like, kill me now.
From South Australia. Of course, they're sponsored by Craig Carrison Race Engines. That's what we can hear screaming out. Toyo Tyres, CJM Attachments, Glenroy Plains Produce. It's a Ford 150 V8 6-litre.
Resembles a Ford 150 with the panelling, but of course underneath is just a massive roll cage and suspension.
Fiberglass.
And a huge fuel tank to fuel that big Craig Carrison 6-litre Ford.
Yeah, I believe that he's probably got on board about 300 litres or 330 litres of fuel every time he goes out. What a lovely day it's been from off-road racing in Rainbow. Of course, a perfect day for off-road racing. The sun's out, the wind's up, so the wind is the off-roader's friend. It mightn't work in your benefit all the time, but when you're an ex-off-road driver like myself, when you come up behind one of these cars, you work out which way the wind's blowing, and then if you get onto them on a straight where the wind's blowing the dust away from the back of their car, you can get right up on them and try and pass them. And that's the benefit of a good breeze. And of course, it's been our friend, ladies and gentlemen, because as you can see by the flags, it's blowing to my right. And it's not blowing straight into our faces.
That's when it gets ugly, when it blows straight towards us and the spectators. Like,
yeah, we're not getting a lot of dust here at all today. It's very good, and I spoke to most of the competitors. No one complained about the dust at all, did they, Sandy?
No one had dust issues out there yesterday or today that I've spoken to. They more had issues with the size of the holes out in the desert.
It's quite interesting. Sometimes I've been here. We come here a couple of times a year to broadcast, and last time we were here, this was a massive green. It was beautiful and green and lush, and of course it's quite dry at the moment. It's
doesn't take long to dry out. That's when the sun comes out. It dries out fairly quickly, obviously.
Certainly does, and of course the weather's a bit better today. It's a couple of degrees cooler than yesterday.
Windier and cooler. Yeah.
Certainly is. Of course, that big screen, what a treat. Brought to us by Screen Shot Big Screens. And of course, all the media, Dream Media is on all the cameras out there, the media production. So Dream Media is doing that, which is broadcasting it, live streaming it into our lounge rooms at home and wherever else you're sitting and watching it. If when you're in the car or maybe in your workshop at home getting your off-road car ready for next year's event at Rainbow. But I can certainly say at the next race, be there. It's a top event. And the whole town put in, the whole community puts in on this event. The amount of infrastructure they've done on this circuit the pit area, about 5 acres of pits that we've got, all brand new soil and stones in there, and new fencing, viewing areas. They've certainly done a lot of work, and that's all been done by the Rainbow Risers Event Association. So great job, guys. Great job.
Mate, we see over on our left, car 1, last year's champion. Brent Martin's on his way back in, and Andy Brown, if you see the trail of dust in the distance, you can actually see Andy Brown coming into the end of that straight, and he's about to turn left and head back towards us. So there's a few cars on their way back in. The Burrows 21 car is on after that. 1, 2, 3, which is the other Burrows car. So they're both one behind the other. I can't see Simon Tucker in the mix just there.
He was 110.
110. So we'll have the first of the Burrows car coming out of the creek bed. Then we'll have 1, 2, 3, his son. Then Molesy's still sitting out there. I don't know if he's mobile or not. Car 701, 1065. And
I see the
all way
nickel
down.
transporter heading out of the pit, so that's not a good sign.
Oh, it is too. Oh, actually, we haven't seen the nickel truck.
Oh, he was going really well.
no,
What a shame.
Absolutely. It was
Mark Foster.
flying.
Mark Foster looks like he's out. I see him on a white metal road in the middle of the screen.
That's unusual, very unusual.
Oh, mate, that's a super reliable car and was looking fantastic out there this weekend. That 110 car currently from my screen is
Simon Tucker,
about a third of the way out. So whether he's
maybe
stopped
Puncher.
for issues. Yep.
Maybe Puncher. I was talking to a few of the boys outside the box there before, and they said they've actually picked up a few punches out there. They side-stick the walls of the tyres. A lot of sticks and
I tell you
sharp
what
rocks.
else has happened out there. The boys that I came up with, Benny and Billy, they're out on the edge of the desert. Just when you go into the desert, and we've been on the recovery on that corner for a few years now, and they're out there. They said there's actually a rock exposed in the middle of the corner. Now that's a deep, soft sand corner, one of the first where you go right into the desert. So the guys will be expecting soft sand and just big holes. Bang.
Throwing it in sideways. Here we are, Brent Martin. Certainly sounding well. Didn't look like it was using any oil as it went past us.
No smoke, but there was a little bit of a double bounce out of the back end if you saw that.
Yes, yeah, there certainly was. It troughed out when it went off the jump. But of course, Brent probably heard that there's a big prize, a big jump, biggest jump of the day.
Well, he might be going for that. I can totally understand that.
Yeah, certainly.
Fills the whole boot of your car, I'm told.
And on the
Prize.
ARB car of Andy Brown, I can hear that singing in the background too.
Unique sound, isn't it?
Certainly is. He left 32 seconds after Brent, so might have lost a little bit of time, but not much. We're still well and truly in the equation.
Coming up, he's just coming up there, rounding that last corner. Just coming into
This
that
car's very quick, very quick. I've actually had a ride in this car, and it's extremely good. Driver's good too. He's no slouch behind the wheel. There we go.
He must be getting old. He wouldn't have backed off for that 10 years ago.
No, 10 years ago, yeah, but
that was
obviously
a soft landing. That stuck to the ground perfectly.
certainly did.
Especially when the shocks are probably red hot by now, aren't they?
Oh, certainly are.
Certainly
I
right
saw
there.
Mick Mard was down there adjusting his shocks before and burnt his hand as he was underneath. So got a little bit of a gap, I think, over on the left until we see the Burrows and Moles cars come in. Take it out the back. There's still some class sixes. Dean Carter's right
Phew.
there.
Brent Martin's not mucking around there. Boy, gee.
Well,
He was carrying the most corner speed I've ever seen on that boom corner.
He's looked across, obviously, and seen Andy, but he doesn't realise that. Well, he obviously does, but he can see Andy, and Andy can see him now. And they can see they're still quite close, so I think he might have just upped the ante a little bit.
What were their times, mate?
times.
46.06 for Brent Martin and a 46.42, so that's pretty close.
Close, very close, very close. Yep, so Andy's dropped out a little bit on time. His consistency now has gone out by about a minute and a bit. Did he get any traffic? We don't know. But his laps this morning, this is Andy Brown, was a 45.30 and a 45.24. That lap was a 46.42. And of course, Brent Martin did a 46.06. So Brent's a little bit quicker.
You'll see Burrows is coming in on the left. We just saw his dust go down in the distance. You see his little white car. You probably see his headlights flicker at us through the dust in the corner.
I tell you what, it'd be a feather in their cap if they can get both these cars over the finishing line.
Have a look at Stu Chapman. Is that Stu Chapman? It looks like he's
certainly is him, yeah.
Mate, he's getting thrown around. Gee whiz. Glad you're not in there, Wellesley.
I'm certainly better off where I am in the box.
My back's aching just looking at it.
And that's not even a Class 7.
No, that's a
pro class car.
A Chenis Millennium car from America. So
Class 1.
Class 1 car over there.
Ultimate car.
So, and he's getting tossed around. But he's a young bloke. He can handle it.
Yeah. until he's another 10 or 15 years old. And then
certainly a great day. Look at that wind's really come up now, hasn't it? We've got Havey, Aaron Havey coming up to the line.
We should have Burrows coming in. We should have 1, 2, 3. The other Burrows car coming in. Molesey coming in.
And that's what you don't want. You don't want Havey pulling out in front of Burrows because then he's going to be eating dust.
That is going to be messy, isn't it?
Very messy. But look how much that breeze has come up. By gee, it's good. I can't believe how good that is.
It's blowing now.
Certainly is. There is no dust here, especially over the lake down there. That's just glistening, that the Rainbow Lake. In the distance, behind the tree line there.
You can see both of the Burrows cars just passing each other on the switchback over on the left. So one's coming back down to the airfield.
Do you reckon Matt would be looking over and waving at him?
Mate.
What about Sharon Burrows' mum? She'd be in the camper down there biting her nails, wouldn't she? Gee, I don't know how she'd go with all those boys all out there. Young Tom navigating for the first time with Dad in the brand new car, and then Matthew out there driving the old car.
I've got to tell you, that'll be stressful.
Yeah, so I'm sure Sharon would be... probably wouldn't even be listening to the broadcast. Sandy?
Oh, I reckon she could hear us.
Oh, we got Havey. He's about to go. So, unfortunately, but there again, in saying that...
Havey's fast.
Very
he
fast.
has no issues. So they're usually very well matched sort of a pair of cars, the Burrows and Havey's car anyway.
It's the dust factor, really.
It's
I mean,
only
if
that the Haveys have had some issues, isn't it?
Yeah. Otherwise, as we know,
Oh,
the car's fast.
Burrows is coming around the corner now.
very accomplished driver.
I don't know who's taking off first, but
Nah, Mark will go through.
yeah, he's got one.
You know who's going to wear the dust then, don't you? Matty. Mark Burrows through.
Well, there is no dust. Have a look at it. It's already gone.
Yeah, the wind's great.
Perfect.
The wind's great.
The other Burrows car coming down for his last little U-turn before he comes back around to the finish line as well. He'd be probably hoping, because if he gets stuck with Havey in between the two, that might push him back from the old boys' time.
Well, it could, because Matthew's coming. Mark Burrows, a 47.35. So it has slowed down out there. And of course, we said that up in the box that the track will be cutting up, as we can see on the big screen. It's
Sure can, mate.
it's certainly like a rodeo ride down some of those straights. Sandy, it's very, very chopped up.
Out in the desert, I just can't believe the whoops and how these small cars are getting thrown about out there. Here he is. son of Mark. And he's got a clean. That's luckily he's got out before the Havey car. He'll be wrapped about
Gee,
that.
I think Matthew's going for the biggest jump of the day.
That was pretty large.
Oh, it was a big
Yeah,
jump.
it was
Certainly
large.
was. His front wheels landed where Greg Gardner's landed, in front of that tree.
Yeah.
So that he's up there. He's on top of the heap at the moment as far as the longest jump of the day.
Do you reckon the old man and him are going to eyeball each other as they cross paths?
Cross
down here?
paths just down here.
There'll
Actually,
be a little bit of I'm looking at you, you're looking.
Yep.
Yep, you get a good look at each other there.
Yep, certainly did. He would have looked over and said, "Oh, there's Matthew."
Now, I'd bet you Matthew's definitely not getting turbos back on that car anytime soon, mate.
I can say that both these cars are probably one of the two best prepared cars in Australia. They work extremely hard on preparation. Of course, that new car of Mark Burrows is first class. And it's one of the...
It's the first, we believe.
Well, it's the first monk car built in Australia, but it's an Australian-built car, and that's what Mark said to me. When he finishes off his career, he wants to be doing it in an Australian-designed and built car. So,
Yeah, that'd be phenomenal.
no, it's an extremely good car. Oh, there we go, Bowie.
So we had Molesy over the line just in front of Bowie there.
So Molesy had stopped
think-
out there
I think-
somewhere, I believe.
Yeah, Molesy had a flat tyre from what we can tell, so he'll be way down the queue. But
Of course, Bowie's been doing quite well. He's
and,
consistent. That's what it's all about, being consistent.
definitely is. I see that the Mark Foster car's still on its way back in. Haven't seen much movement out there from the nickel entry that was doing fantastic earlier. Gee, they were doing well, that 440
Well, but
car.
there we go. Aaron Havey leaving the line. And Stephen Bowie Graham's time has come in at a 49.07.
I see on the screen, mate, the nickel car's got a DNF underneath it. Just there. And they are
Has
stopped
to.
on the screen. Brent Martin's just about to go past them out at about the quarter way mark out on the track. So they're definitely out, which is disappointing for the nickel crew.
Yeah, well, you're all over it, Sandy. Damien Nicol, Cameron Percy. DNF. Did not finish. And, of course, I can see old Haverchat moving up to the line.
Michael Marzon's obviously on a trailer heading back to the pits. The Foster car on its way back to the pits. Got a group of a couple of them coming back in. Just about. They've obviously just come through the creek bed.
I
And,
see
not far on that blast on the way back in. So
Brock Pendlebury. DNS.
did not start, mate.
Yeah, didn't start this
That was that
morning.
oil issue, I believe he
Mark.
had yesterday. The car was circulating okay. That old
There you go.
car of the Pendlebury.
We talked about Mark Foster before.
DNF.
DNF
flat.
flat.
He might have got two flats. You never know. If you got one flat, you get the second one.
Yeah.
Sometimes you can't even get traction out there in that sand.
Kirk Stefan, tail drive shaft.
Yeah, Kurt was.
Trevor Chandler, that dreaded supercharger belt.
We heard squealing off the line this morning.
Certainly did. You were right onto that with your you've got good ears, Sandy. Rod Visor, engine. Well, that's a bit of a worry.
Gee, Havey looks smooth out there, doesn't he? Have a look at that.
The Havey car is one of the better handling buggies in
I
the
must
field.
say, yeah.
And they're designed and built by the Havey family.
Yep.
So, no, a great car. They're called a Prodigy. So, no, great car. They've been building, I believe they've built about 20 of them now. I'll send them all over Australia. And I think someone just took one to America and drove it in America in the Baja 1000. And his name evades
Kevy
me.
Knott.
Yeah, that's
Kevy
right.
Knott. He
Kevy
did
Knott
indeed.
just took one to the Baja 1000 and finished.
Ironman too. He
Certainly
did.
did.
Single. He sat
Him
in
and
the
his
driver's
son.
seat the whole way.
14-year-old son, I believe.
Changed navigators once along the way, or twice maybe. But
Yep. But that's a trophy that everybody would like to have hanging in their cupboard,
yeah,
mate.
definitely.
You'd like to have one of those, wouldn't you? A
Wow.
Baja
Yeah, but you know
1000?
what? I gotta tell you, Wellsy, if I do it, I'm doing it in a Beetle. I am not kidding you. It's been a dream for a long time, but when I do it, I'm definitely doing it in a Beetle with a few painkillers, I'd say.
Well. Well, when you go and do it, just make sure that Ringo Starr's well strapped in, mate.
We've got the 482 Mick Mars on his way back down on the dust line in the distance on your left. You can see, you can't even see the car, but you can see the dust rising. Oh, there it is. Coming out the end, a darker coloured car, so it's a bit hard until you see it against the paddock, the grass on the paddock. Then followed by car 17, car 701's now through the creek bed, and there's a fair gap between them back to the next layer of cars. So you'll see on the Samba screen that's about a third of the way in that we're seeing there. There's Brent Martin on your screen. Geez, still going strong, Brent. Gee,
I tell you what, he knows how to pedal a car. I don't know where he got all that knowledge from. Maybe a bit of the old man.
You would hope so.
Yeah, a bit of the old man rubbed off onto him.
Yeah.
But no, Brent does very well.
They've usually got 3 cars out here, the Martins. Today
Yeah, they certainly have.
Yesterday they came out with 2. Obviously Dale and AJ did an engine in that fresh car of theirs.
And Dale's no slouch behind the wheel either.
Definitely
Dale's
not.
every bit as good as Brent. And, of course, the old man, you know, Craig Martin, and, of course, he's got 4 Australian championships up his sleeve and been a very, very well-accomplished driver over the years. And they put a lot into off-road racing. Definitely. And they actually sponsor, one of the event sponsors. They put some money up, which is great that the Martin family does at every event. So there's certainly... when they go to a race meeting, you know the Martins have arrived. When they got 3 cars, they got trucks and crew, and there's about 40 people, and they certainly come in. It's
Isn't
like
it fantastic
a circus.
now? You're actually seeing a lot more teams coming out with father-son crews, second generations. You're seeing a few cars coming out now, and not that we haven't always had it, but there's a lot of 2-car teams, 3-car teams even.
Yep,
starting.
you're certainly right.
There's more than there used to be nearly, you know.
Well, Mark Burrows has just found that out now. You know, his son's come on board driving the other car, and, of course, you need to have another car and tow vehicle, and you need to have more and more spares. And
more crew.
Yep, certainly right. And of course, you need to have more and more money too. So, yeah, so, and they burn twice the amount of fuel.
Not too sure who's just come around that back bottom corner there, but it's a... little red car, but we've got a couple coming into the finish line there. Look on the screen, mate. Have a look how the desert's chopped up. That steel that came out of that's car 43 of Glenn McIntyre out in the desert. He's still going strong, but even he's doing it rough, doing it tough. Look at the desert.
Certainly is. Oh, we've got one not
sand.
far behind him too.
Look at that.
Nice deep sand, isn't it?
Is it deep sand? Yeah, it's terrible. We've got car 117 out. There's a massive gap. There's about, looks like about 10 kilometres of track between some of the cars out there. I can hear McMahon behind us.
McMahon, yeah, that's
It's just coming around the final corner before the finish line. So
let's see Mick's jump. Will Mick do a big jump?
that big grey TSCO truck.
The Tesco. Look at this. Massive jump. That was a big jump.
That was a fair.
His back
fair
wheels
shot.
landed past the tree.
He must have had his front suspension sorted because he definitely was struggling out there earlier. I saw all the front end of his cars all smashed and cracked, all the fiberglass and those big panels. They're not light and they're not built. You know, they're not built of chalk.
Well, I think you said earlier when you were down the pits doing roving commentary that Mick Maher was laying underneath the truck adjusting suspension.
Front suspension, he was checking the pressures, etc. And his shocks, like I said, his shocks were that hot he burned his hand. You can see Pup on your screen, mate. Is that Pup? That looks like Pup. He's doing it tough.
Yep. But he's another young bloke, mate, so he can handle that.
Slightly older Jimco frame.
Yep. But if he's got to be there at the end of the day.
And it looks like the 408 car right behind him.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
certainly is.
And also, if I go in, I might be able to see the third car there, car 68. is also hanging out around those guys, and it looks like possibly car 43. So that's the Barnett and Glenn McIntyre. They're all hanging around together out there.
Well, what about Simon Gubbins? He was in between James Tyrrell and where were we? He was in between. So in between Dean Miller and Pup was Simon Gubbins.
There we go. Young chappie Stu is on his single seater, comes through the finish line
For his last lap.
Yep, last lap. Mick Mars on his way back out on his last lap.
Mick Maher did a 48.33. Must have had trouble on lap 2, Mick Maher. He did a 54.48, so he might have had a puncher.
He did say he smashed the front. He broke a wheel or had a wheel damage.
Ah, right.
Yeah,
Stuart
so he
Chapman.
did it and cracked all the front of his car.
Gee, Stewie slowed up a little bit. He probably
we saw
thought
him out in the desert earlier, didn't we, getting shaken about.
so he's done a 53.50.
That's
I tell you what, it's a
5
long way to
minutes
come
slower
to
than
break
his other
down.
2 laps. And he was super consistent in his first 2 laps.
He's done well, yeah.
Yeah, he's 5 minutes down, but
He was our most consistent. He run the most consistent driver for 2 laps. Yep. Stewart on the first 2, a 48.43 and a 48.45. Fantastic. Now he's on a 53.50.
have a chat lining back up for his final little section. This is actually section 2, these 4 laps with their 45 service break in the middle. Brett Tilson's, the Tilson car, coming in on our far left on their last little U-turn down behind the airfield there, down at the airfield. And
Peter Stevenson and Jake Stevenson on the line.
then we should have a little break in cars coming in, because I think after that Tilson car comes over the finish line, there's actually a fair gap in traffic until car 117 starts to move.
Geez, I bet your old have a chat, old Peter Stevens would be sitting there thinking, I don't know whether I want to go out for these next 2 laps. He said he was getting tossed around and thrown around out there in that little Hunter Rivmaster. Not a lot of wheel travel and not a lot of suspension travel in this car. But the presentation of this car is always first class.
Indeed, it's been around a while.
Certainly has.
I think I first met Steve-O down in Portland. King of the Dunes, maybe.
There he goes. I think he's taking off in 3rd gear.
They might have had to wake him up at the start line. Yeah. Brett Tilson's over the line.
Just got away before the Class 7 car came through anyway.
Not too sure whether Brett's now on break. If that's his second lap for the morning. See on your Samba screen, look at Burrows heading out. Burrows, that Samba screen, it is placed about just under halfway out on the track. So yeah, that's where Mark Burrows is currently headed. So he's got one big long straight before he turns left and starts heading along the edge of the desert. And I can see Greg Gartner's well over halfway around. So he's done his last pass through the desert and he's just weaving his way along. He's probably got about a third of the track left. And Brent Martin, the second car, currently second, is about halfway along that big sandy section in the desert, or 3/4 of the way along that big sandy section in the desert.
Now, I'd like to say I've got a little update for you. You were talking about Andrew Moles before.
Yeah, mate.
All the way from Alice Springs. And of course, his second lap today, he's in having a service break now, but his second lap today was a 1 hour 47.
He is obviously, I know he struggled with a spare tyre. He may have had 2 flats because he came across the start line and we debated whether he even had a spare tyre
On the back, that's correct.
So,
And Brett Tilson did a 1 hour 52, so he's had an issue as well.
he had to swing back in and get the he had to swing back in and get the bloomin' tape. They took the bonnet off that car. So I just got our good friend Benny out at Recovery 9. They're dead set halfway on the track. He just tells me 201's out there stuck on the track, in the track with a voltage issue. So I'm tipping those guys, they'll get those guys recovered off the
201's Brock Pendlebury. Ty Girardi.
There you go.
Well, we had it on our list that they didn't start this morning.
201.
So
Unless he's feeding me the wrong information.
I did see Brock Pendlebury driving around the infield earlier, but then on our timesheet on the screen we've got him as a DNS. Did not start, so it'll be interesting to see where Brock is out there.
He might have meant 210.
Oh, well, is he dyslexic, your friend out there?
Well, he does drive excavators for a living.
Oh,
so
well, it could be
not
Brad
the sharpest
Girardi.
tool in the shed.
Brad Girardi from Northern Territory and Rod Berry.
Could be.
So it might be your dyslexic mate with the 210 instead of 201.
I'm not too sure, but they're out on the edge of the desert, so this could have happened 10 minutes ago with the amount of service they have out there. They are literally the furthest most point from us right now.
Oh. And that's where you don't want to be stopped.
Have a... mate, he hasn't backed off. It doesn't look like he's going any slower on these laps as he was on the first few laps, does it?
Greg doesn't know what it's like to back off. He hasn't got a throttle pedal in that, you know, Sandy. It's just a light switch. It's either going or it's not. And we've seen that today. He is going everywhere. He is flat out.
There you go. 201, the purple jigger. Benny
Well, I'll
says to me.
take back that dyslexic thing I said before. And it is 201
Oh,
out
there
the
you
track.
go. Because there goes 210 in front of us.
That's right, yeah.
So, thanks, Benny, for that little update. It's fixed and back on track, he says to me.
Hello. Well, look at we've got on the line your favourites, mate. A couple of Class 7s and 8s.
I've got to tell you, they wouldn't be my favourites if I was in them this weekend. Because we saw Hank's Toyota going around out in the back of the desert through those whoops. Mate, those holes are massive. And this is a leaf-sprung car. I think it's the only leaf-sprung car, that silver Toyota out there. I know Heath the Lizard Man, Whedon, has also battled a broken shock yesterday when I was in the pits. I saw he had a broken shock mount.
Why would that car break a shock, honestly?
I got no idea.
Yeah.
But he's running some decent suspension for a Class 7. And still running a manual gearbox.
Gee whiz. I reckon he's Iron Man, isn't he? And those things.
Yeah. He has his wife in beside him, Michelle. And
Wow.
another husband and wife team. There's a lot out here, isn't there?
Knock her around in that left-hand seat.
Yeah.
But it's good when you got your wife in the car with you navigating, because she'll be telling you where to go all day.
Got a few good sponsors on board. GT Stump Pulling, Whedon Springs Boarding Kennels. You see on the side there, and Mickey Thompson Tyres. There goes the TB48, which is what we used to run. And
remember back in the day when you were driving something like that, Sandy?
yeah. What have we got up here, mate? On that steel at camera out in the desert. That looks like Dean. Definitely not throwing up the amount of sand that Greg was.
Another four-wheel drive, and of course, then I'm looking at Jamie Knight lining up, which is great to see Jamie.
He had a few issues earlier.
Oh, it certainly did. I think it had radiator hose popped off, so I hope it didn't damage their motor.
Or something maybe. But,
yeah, he obviously hasn't damaged any motor issues or anything, but Jamie's come all the way down from Gundawindi, and it's got that lovely big Yokohama sponsorship on the side. And the whole family just love their off-road racing. And, of course, Jamie's
wife Cal's down in the pits there. Probably wandering back up after the service.
Here we go. The middle misses.
Hey, Sam, I reckon they had a fairly clean lap.
Certainly did. It seemed like a very fast lap. It
Maybe,
only
maybe
just
they
feels
cut
like he
half
took
the
off.
track.
I've
Did they?
got no idea, but it seems like he only just left.
It is. It did, totally.
So he's done extremely well. We'll see what sort of time the middle misses come up with.
We've got a few more cars coming in. Craig Barnett looks like he's rolling down the end of that line just as Hank takes off. So
No, it's about right. He's done a 51.41 on the first, a 52.26, and then a 52.33.
gee, that's close. That's
very
good, especially considering how much the track will have chopped up out there.
Certainly great. Where did that 52 minutes an hour life go, mate?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Watching awesome cars, I think, mate.
Certainly a race not to miss.
Glenn McIntyre's on his way back in. Craig Barnett's on his way back in. The 408 car, which I think was the Dean Miller entry, they're also on their way back in. 10:36. So we've got a fair few. Not far off coming back around for their final lap. 10:36. That's James Tyrrell. And he's actually in front of Craig Barnett now, I think. And I only say I think just because we've got limited coverage out here. So sometimes it takes a little while for us to upload and refresh what we're seeing. You see on that that camera out in the desert, that little, looks like maybe one of those Class 11 cars. Gee, look at the punching in the front end. Look at that front end whack into those. Whoops, mate. They look like they get 2 or 3 good ones, and the fourth one belts them in the teeth, you know.
No wonder they break front and Jamie Knight off the line. Lovely truck, that one of Jamie Knight's. It's
Yeah,
I quite
it's
like it. Looks good out in the circuit. We were told earlier, he's only raced it 4 times. Is that right?
Correct, yep. That's what Kel said.
So, you have a little bit of sorting out with new vehicles that you purchase and
also personalising them, because a lot of people like things differently in the car. Things like even seating position can annoy you if you're tilted a bit too far forward and you get a sore neck out there. So some simple things like that. We've got a few coming in now, mate.
certainly have.
Should have 43, 68, 408 and 1036, all within fairly close proximity. I think we've got now coming over 43. That's the McIntyre entry, Glenn McIntyre, and I think
Megan Barnett or Gary Hardy. It doesn't say.
in the next Barnett entry.
Got two navigators.
Here they come. The Barnett car. Been doing pretty well all weekend. They've just been circulating nicely. Danny Brown speeding in the spectator area again, I see, on his little scooter.
Glenn McIntyre's time, a 54.22.
We'll have the Barnett time come up any second, I'm sure. And we should have Pup around very shortly, I'm hoping. Does say that he's coming around the back of the airfield now, and also 408, Dean Miller's car. It looked fantastic. Here they come over in the distance. Pup's coming down to the finish line, so he's probably a minute or so ahead of Dean. Hasn't even got any dirt on that car.
No, Pup's doing a great job out there this weekend. He's got one to go.
There you go. We might have a check in and see where our race leader is, because I reckon he'll be getting close. There you are. He's just coming through the creek bed, so he's past our last camera out there, and he's on his way back from the creek bed.
So we know that James Tyrrell's mum and dad are sitting at home having listened to the race and
Probably
looking at
in
the
air
big
conditioning.
screen. Yeah, with the air conditioner on, probably having a beer
On the
there.
couch.
But we'll let you know that that pup's gone through and he's on his last lap. He's looking good.
They're very smooth, wasn't he? He was very smooth.
Certainly was.
There you go, 4:08 onto his last lap. Gee whiz, don't those little class 6 and 11 cars out there at the moment, aren't they copping it in the desert? Have a look at that 11 class car out there.
And they're
Wow.
both together too,
I
Sandy.
know,
They've been together
side
all
by-
weekend.
All weekend, they've been following each other.
I don't know if they were related or whatever they are, but yeah.
Well, Greg Gartner's on that last leg in, so he's our current race leader. There's a big gap, from what I can tell, there's a fair old gap anyway, between him and, can't even see.
Well, it looks like young Brent Martin, he's upped his level a little bit. He was going pretty hard, but yeah, they're still a long way apart.
Well, Andy's not too far behind Brent, though, from what we can tell. They've got a couple of Class 11s. Brent's just been around one of the Class 11s, and Andy's now got one to go around. And then Brent has another Class 11 and also Dean Carter in the 18 car out there to get around as well. So I think if you're looking over in the far left, you'll see the dust from Greg Gartner. So there you go. Martin's just come around our Steelit camera, which is about the 3/4 mark. But I think the dust in the distance on the tree line, that'll be Greg Gartner's. So we're not too close to a finish from our race leader in that big blue truck. You'll see, I think you can see his headlights in the distance over on the left, folks. Is that him? A little bit of dust here, so it's a bit hard to see exactly, but and there's a fair gap between him and the next car, Brent Martin, last year's championship leader. But you know, Brent doesn't necessarily need a win here today. He could get away with just getting a podium, and pretty much what he did last year, wasn't it? He got a couple of podiums.
2 wins and, well, I think there was podiums at all 4, but 2 wins and 2 other podiums. So he had good points, that's for sure.
He's just got to consistently finish right at the top end there. I can't even see Greg in the dust. I'll put my head out the back of the commentary box here. I might be able to at least hear him. There's a side-by-side coming back across the finish line here now. And then I think there'll only be possibly Greg on his last lap. I don't think... No, we've got...
It was 614, is it?
Look like
It's
614.
Steve Chilby.
Steve Chilby, yes, it could be. He was circulating quite good out there earlier. See Simon Tucker's out with an engine. And
that thing was going so well
it was
all weekend.
going well.
Gee, this place loves engines, doesn't it?
It does. Over revving, I suppose. Car 690 over the finish line. And then, folks, I reckon we won't be far off seeing... We can definitely hear him. And we can definitely see the dust.
I can hear that throbbing V8 from in here, this soundproof commentary box.
That's phenomenal, isn't it? That Ford V8.
Here he comes now, our
They're
race
rounding
leader.
the last corner for the day. Our race leader, the checker flag's up.
Good to see he's just taking it easy.
He is taking it easy, and I
This
don't
would be a
reckon he's
big
gonna
jump.
button
This is
off,
when he
mate.
normally does the damage. Whoa!
That was it.
Yeah,
That
he
was
saved it
phenomenal.
again to last. He's gone
And,
another 3 or 4 metres than what he has there all weekend.
He always leaves it to the last lap. I was telling you that, ladies and gentlemen.
And unless we see any form of penalty come through, which I doubt we will from Greg, there'll be. I think you'll see that's a very clean win, and not only that, he's still 5 or 10 minutes in front of the other boys. So I'm sure he'll be back, relaxed and refreshed before they even come over the finish line.
Well, that's not a bad little dance in the dust before Fink.
Just got another message from Benny. The car 18 Carter seems to have blown a gearbox out there, which is disappointing. And also car 110's sent a rod out of the block.
That's a Tucker car in the Southern Cross.
Geez, we've seen a lot of engines go this weekend, Sandy.
Yeah.
Motors.
Over-revving. I don't know if the dust was so much of an issue, but the over-revving going out on those roads can do it, can't it?
Certainly
Starting
can.
oil. Haby's pulled over out there on the screen at the Samba intersection, which is only a third of the way in.
Oh, he's had his issues, hasn't he, this
Oh,
weekend?
been plagued with issues.
The R and J batteries entry. Greg Garton and Jamie Jennings.
I'll line him up down there, and we might get down there.
That truck looks like it could do another weekend without
It
even...
looks like it's ready to go, doesn't it?
Boy, we're going to get Sandy down there. We're going to have some live interviews, ladies and gentlemen, with the winners are grinners. And, gee whiz, I reckon he'd have to go close to winning this one, wouldn't he?
Well, of course, you never know
until the judge's fact comes through and
Until
they
the
say
fat lady
that's
sings.
it. He's definitely well ahead on time.
all these-
Down there, there will be
All these results obviously are provisional.
so far
Sandy,
provisional until we're
and
handed
until-
the final sheet.
Yep. See if you can get a chat with the navigator and see if he can speak.
I'm going
That'd
to
be
wander
interesting.
down there now, actually. So
Good on you, Sandy. Let's go along the whole crew as they come in, mate. It'll be fantastic. And of course, don't go away, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to line all the cars up on the fence here at the end, and all the kids can come along and stand on the fence and meet the drivers. And of course, Sandy's going to have a little bit of a quick interview with the drivers, and we'll try and get navigators as well. Next car along should be Brent Martin, and then after that we should have Andy Brown, I believe. So we'll see if he's sweating down there, Sandy.
it's actually quite pleasant out here, mate.
I can tell you it's more pleasant in the box here with the air conditioner running. But Greg Gardner, what a drive today. Gee whiz.
I'm going to corner him. before
Just
he
excels
runs
at
off.
this place, doesn't he? Just every time it's wet or dry, he's right there.
How was it out there?
Yeah, it wasn't a bad day, but yeah, it's pretty bad out the back at the moment. So yeah, we just took it easy on the last couple of laps.
It didn't look easy.
In that last couple of laps, in the bad stuff out the back, yeah. But it was a good race.
Comfortable seats anyway. Tell me how it was, mate.
Well, it was obviously good for us, but it was very, very rough out the back. Probably suited the truck a little bit better than maybe Sabogans. But yeah, the truck's been good, and we had a really happy to finish because we had a pretty terrible time last year with just fuel and sensor problems. So yeah, no, we're really good and really good to finish first, and we just love it up here.
I didn't see you working on the car too frantically, like there was any issues throughout the weekend. The car seemed like you didn't really put a spanner on it. No issues with the truck over the couple of days?
No, nothing at all. Craig Carrison, thanks to Craig, he rebuilt the engine last week. We've been waiting for parts, but to be honest, we put the engine in it. Thanks to Albans for refreshing the gearbox, and we haven't touched it since Pines Enduro. We've been too busy, so it's got same brakes, same everything for the Pines, so it's been performing really well.
So the engine's now run in.
She's running now. Craig, thank God Craig's not here. He's on holidays in New Zealand, so that's good. So, but yeah, we won't touch it for think much now. We'll do a gearbox freshen, and we always crack tester gears in that. But yeah, thanks to all our sponsors and Jamie and all our helpers. It's just they do all the work. I just do the fun.
Yeah, it's phenomenal to watch. You've got a massive lead out there. There's about, from what I can tell, the boys have only just come through that creek bed on the way out now, so they're still, you should be able to see their dust coming in behind us on that long straight any minute, but that's how much of a lead you had out there. That was a big opening.
Yeah, look, I didn't realise where we're going to be today, but to have a 36-second gap today, it would have been nice to have a little bit more. So we did get into it a bit the first lap. As hard as we could, to be honest. And yeah, look, the truck's good, but you can't back off much because if you get out of rhythm and routine, they're no good. You got to hit everything as hard as you can in these trucks.
Yeah, and those whoops out the back, I saw the desert, where the sand was, those corners, that became quite fluffy out there with no water on it, and it's been quite dry out here, so it's kind of different to past rainbow events, isn't it?
Yeah, usually we're black with mud, but look...
It was easy for us. We could tell who was coming in where. We could tell the colour of the cars at least, I
think this is a good date for this race. It's a good for us because it's our first shakedown before we go to Fink, and we're going to follow the ARB a bit this year. So we'll run that, run Fink, and I think that'll just do us. It'll be about 5 events this year.
All the championship rounds this year for us?
Yeah, absolutely. I think you've got some good tracks. You've got some really good tracks that suit us. So, and they're not too far to travel, to be honest. Gundy's probably the furthest, but we're looking forward for a drive about that time of year, so don't worry us at all.
Well done and congratulations. Good to see you at the finish line. And we'll see you at the next event. I'm sure we'll wait a few minutes and we'll see the boys. I can see dust in the distance. So I'm tipping out here. We'll see maybe Brent in the distance out here. And I think he had to go around a couple of Class 11s out there. I saw there was a couple of Class 11s in the edge of the desert, which I'm tipping you passed early on in the desert. And then you've got Andy Brown not far behind him, but he was also has to go around a couple of those Class 11s.
Well, Greg Gartner's certainly giving everybody a bit of a driving lesson today with that big trophy truck with the big Ford up the front there, and certainly huge jumps at the finishing line. And of course we were watching on the big screen out there across the back. He wasn't doing it any near as hard as some of the guys in the buggies and the smaller vehicles. The trophy truck there that we're all looking at, it runs probably about best part of 30 inches of wheel travel all the way around.
Is that Brent in the distance, mate?
Probably one of the latest vehicles out of America. So the only thing that it hasn't got four-wheel drive, that truck. It's only a two-wheel drive truck. But Greg certainly doesn't spare it. He puts it up the pointy end, and the only thing that ever stops him is maybe if he has a slight breakage or a flat tyre. And today, gee, didn't he show everybody how good he is? He's done a fantastic job. But our Australian champion at the moment, Brent Martin, he's coming second on road, and he's not too far behind. And behind him, we've got Andy Brown. So we can see a bit of dust, and we can see the chopper flying there in the distance.
That is Andy coming around that bottom corner. So there's probably nearly a minute between him and Brent on the way back in, but we should see Brent coming around this last corner probably in the next minute or so.
Yeah, there's certainly another dust line a bit behind Andy, but it looked like I think Brent Martin might still be in front of him.
Yeah, he is definitely in front. And how's Andy with his cracked crank? Still motoring along?
Yeah, that cracked crankshaft, but I'm sure that old oil burner up front's going quite well.
Yeah.
Keeping the dust down anyway.
Yeah, I can see the Mickey Tyres entry of Brent Martin and Andre de Simeon. Yeah.
Just having a quick look over some of the fiberglass on Greg's car down here. It looks like someone's been walking along with a hammer. Gee, it's been working hard by the looks of this. He's saying that.
I think
now.
Brett's been driving his own race today. He's certainly, after chasing Greggy Gartner yesterday, he realised that there was no chance of passing that blue thing. So he's gone out there and he's just driven his own race, been smart. He's coming away with a, provisionally looks like a second outright and a winner of the class in the buggy class. And that's how he won the championship last year, by finishing all the races, finishing up the pointy end, and what it's called is gathering points. Nice big jump.
There he is, folks. Last year's champion, pushing for this year's championship, I'm sure. Brent Martin, second car over the line. I'm sure they'll be glad to get out as well, because I reckon it will be rougher for those guys than it was for Greg and Jamie in the truck. So they're just coming around that last corner and idling back up to their finish position. That breeze has picked up, which is quite good, especially for the end of the track. I don't know how many cars we've still got left out.
Of course, don't go home, ladies and gentlemen. We're having a presentation after all the cars come in, and be giving out trophies and champagne, and it'll all be on. So hang around. There's still plenty of action to come.
Have a listen to this. Have a listen to this. Andy Brown, checker flags are up. Your third car over the line. That's phenomenal to see that. These guys have come in. I tell you what, they weren't idling to the finish either, Andy Brown and Danny Hardman. But here it is, your provisional second place.
Give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen.
Brent Martin and Andre De Simone. Fantastic job. I'm going to get him before he even gets to shut it down. How did that go, mate?
Yeah, that was pretty rough, pretty bit of fun, but yeah, no, the guys here at the Rainbow Club put on a great event, and we really enjoyed it this weekend. It was great. Well done to Greg and Jamie. That thing's just wild. We gave up the chase last night before we'd even had dinner. They said that there's no way we're catching him, so we didn't tell him that. We thought we'd let him go and hopefully make a mistake, on the first lap, thinking we're there, but we were never going to be there. So, all good.
Well done, mate. Good to see you back. Well done, Andre. We'll let the guys get out of their cars, come over and have a quick chat with Andy. He looks like he's overheating in here, but I'm going to... I'm tipping the temps are up. Engine oil temp 92, converter temps 61, so engine temps 93, so I might be letting it cool down a little bit. Tell you what, the heat coming off this car is phenomenal. The shocks are pretty warm too, so.
You got to remember that guy you're interviewing is just come off a big win in the Baja 1000 in the
angry.
Ford Ranger.
Hey mate, how was it?
That was rough. Really, really rough. But good fun. Sorry, it wasn't good fun. That was just rough.
How'd you go, Danny?
Better than a Class 8, but I don't know. Rough. I'm broken.
Broken bodies.
You look a bit worn out, mate.
Yeah, I'm a bit stuffed, but no, all good. I'm glad I finished. That was nice.
He closed up the gap a little bit, it looked like, towards the end behind Brent.
Yeah, that thing is a missile. That kid is a missile. He's amazing. It was bloody hard to catch, so no, well done. Well done.
Well done, guys. That's phenomenal to see. provisional class 7. Provisional third place. I'm trying to spit it out. They are first, second, and third over the line.
Well, he would be provisionally third outright and first in class, which would be Andy Brown.
Right.
And provisionally second outright would be Brent Martin and first in class. And our winner would be Greg Gartner in first in class in his class, because we've got 3 different class cars there.
That's good to see, isn't it? We're not normally we've got trucks and ultimates up here. And
Absolutely. And we've got Andy Brown that's just pulled up in the 45 car that's just come off a big win in the class over in the Baja 1000. He won in the Ranger. Yeah. So, he had a hard day at the office in that Ranger as well, and he's had a hard day in that buggy.
And Andy Brown being the boss man of ARB 4x4 accessories that puts a lot into this championship, along with the Mickey Thompson tyres and Raceline wheels. They're phenomenal. They're back here seeing the family. We see Molesy in the distance off, and he's still got 2 laps to go. Now, we got a total time out there today, I think about 7 hours and, was it 15 minutes run time? So you have to be back within 7 hours, and I think it was 15 minutes.
Good job, mate.
Of course, between these 3 guys here, they've done a lot of off-road racing.
Greg, what do you do over that rough? I'm just going to interrupt here.
And then the rest of them we try and
just going to jam a microphone because people might want to hear this at home. How you actually do it compared to the 2 class cars and the differences.
Oh yeah, well I was just saying to Andy, the big whoops you can't do much about, but if you can tell yourself to get into it, and it will get over top, but not all of them. And they're twice as big today as yesterday. So
I tried, and it doesn't go over the top. I tell you.
Ding, ding. Yeah, and they're the scary ones, and that'll do it too. You get the out of rhythm ones, and yeah, you can end up on your nose for sure. So anyway,
that's good to see. There you go. That looks like young Burrows in front of the old boy. Is that correct, fellas? He's on his final lap, so he should be coming.
Well, he didn't catch my eye, but I think that was Matthew Burrows that went through, and I haven't seen Mark Burrows come through. I hope that we haven't missed him. Maybe he might have got a puncher, but certainly. If Matthew Burrows, it was Matt Burrows that went through with a 47.44.
Beating the old boy in the new car.
Well, certainly be a long trip home in the bus.
Yeah, that'll be awkward, won't it?
But Mark might have stopped for a puncher or something. But you can imagine the look on Matthew's face as he passed that on the last lap. Gee whiz.
Most definitely, mate.
It just goes to show you, off-road racing, it's never over until it's over.
And isn't it funny?
Everything happens on the last lap. We've got Matty Burrows coming in, car number 1, 2, 3. So he will be provisionally 4th outright and 2nd in Class 1.
Absolutely phenomenal effort. We'll just let these guys get their gloves off. Phenomenal, mate. Absolutely phenomenal. How do you feel?
Mate, I'm rooted. No, it's pretty good. Good to be back here. A bit bittersweet. I've seen Dad about 10 k's out with a few motor issues by the look of it, but really cool to be back. I'm glad the car made it all the way. We've made a heap of changes, and cool to be running up with the big boys. So,
mate, I've got to tell you, you pushed the old boy all weekend. So I'm kind of not surprised to see you up here, really.
Yeah, really happy with it. But yeah, as I said, it would have been nice to be up here with him. But I'm sure we'll still have a few beers tonight. It'll be good. So
Those whoops out the back, I was just listening to Andy Brown and Greg have a chat about how brutal they were. So how did this handle those out the back there?
it was really good all weekend, except for that last lap. That was brutal. I couldn't get up on any of them. Usually there was a few spots I could, but a lot of the time we were just going through them. I suppose everyone else was the same, but no, it was good fun.
Didn't struggle with any engine temperatures or issues or anything like that?
No, temps were good. We had one small issue yesterday with the throttle cable, but Andy Brown was kind enough to lend us one of them, and we got that fixed and got it on our way. So other than that, we've been pretty trouble-free.
Thank you very much. Well done. Congratulations. Good to see you at the finish line. There you go.
And
First
Sandy,
of the
did he?
Burrows car's over.
Sandy, did young Matthew pass Mark changing a tyre or something, or?
He passed his old boy about 10 kilometres out, I think. I just heard. I didn't quite get it because of the noise around me, but yeah, about 10 k's out. He may have had an engine issue possibly or something.
Matthew wouldn't have stopped and asked to give assistance or anything, would he?
No, he didn't. But about just this side of the creek, apparently. So, which is disappointing in that brand new car.
Well, we were saying up in the box all day that we hoped that both cars came home, 1-2. But it's unfortunate that Mark's brand new car has stopped out there. Hopefully he can get it going again. But congratulations to Matthew Burrows. What a great drive. It's just certainly...
He did phenomenal. Phenomenal. He's only been out at it a short while. And I reckon the family will be ecstatic.
And not taking it away from Jay Mitchell, his navigator. Jay's all the way down from Griffith. He's done a great job too. So they've made a good team together.
Look, the navigators are... You don't hear much about the navigators, but I tell you what, they do a pretty big job out here.
Oh, it's all about team racing. And, of course, we've mentioned the navigators all day. We've got Bowie Graham pulling up now. And, of course, Bowie's got his daughter in with him, Ella Graham. And that's another, isn't that another story? Look at that. So he would be provisionally fifth outright and winner of Class 10. So first Class 10 car home. What a great looking car.
I might just let them get out so we can have a quick chat. I know it's like when you get back and you're absolutely roasting from being out there. You've been working hard, you're sweating, you've got 2 layers of suit on, and just let the car cool down. The heat coming off these cars on the way back in is crazy, mate. I can still touch the front of a couple of the shocks though, so the
grab the navigator too, mate. We'd like to hear from
time to cool down.
Ella.
I will just grab the navigator.
Yep.
How was it?
Rough.
Rough?
Yeah.
Have fun?
Yeah.
Coming back?
Yep.
And he's done all right behind the steering wheel?
Yes.
Good to see you both home safely. Well done, Ella. I'll let him get out of the car before we have a quick chat. Everyone, Bowie, the 1065 car. Mate, that's a phenomenal effort. It was brutal out in the edge of the desert. I was watching some of the footage of the guys and even you guys coming around from, through the sandy sections. Yep. They didn't look like they were too sandy. They looked like they were sand on the outside, but they were rock underneath almost.
Yeah, there's a bit of everything. A few stumps, rock, there was everything. It was pretty challenging out there. Like,
you actually don't look puffed.
Well, I am, but will we do another lap? No, it's all good. No, the car's pretty nice to drive, and yeah, it's quite comfortable. So no, it's good.
You didn't have any major issues with the car on the weekend?
Oh, we had a leaking rear main last night. It was just dripping, and we thought, yeah, we'll just run it the way it is. So it looks like it's worked. Yeah.
Beautiful. Car looks like it's in one piece, so a quick short prep and on to the second round of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship.
Yeah, for sure. Home event, the next one, so yeah, we'll be there.
Ripper. Can't wait to see it and can't wait to enjoy it. Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
There you go. Bowie in over the line in provisional 5th.
Oh, big
fantastic
hand.
to see.
Oh, he's done a great job there. Provisional winner of Class 10. And, of course, provisionally 5th outright. Great effort. Get the car home. Oh, anybody to get home on this circuit over the weekend has done a great job. And, of course, we've lost a few. But that's what happens in off-road racing. And, of course, every race I've been to over the years, you might have 60 cars start, but you only ever have 15 or maybe 20 finish because of little issues. And I've been looking at the board. The main issue over this weekend's been engines. So that's been the main problem. Everybody's had an engine failure of some description. So what do you think about the weekend, Glenn?
Well, it's been exciting, that's for sure. Didn't think it was going to be anything less. Perfect conditions, perfect weather, great competitors, a stellar field, and it's been a great finish. And it's not easy. I can assure you it's not easy, and it's easy from where we're sitting. But to see all those cars come in, or just to finish this event, is no mean feat. And what I noticed too, Darren, is I'm not sure about Greg Gartner's, but I'm pretty sure that every one of those vehicles is an American-built vehicle. Is that correct?
Yeah, you're right.
Well, the buggies, every one of those buggies are built in San Diego.
Yep.
Being Jimco or Lumacraft. And the truck.
There's 2 Jimcos, 2 Illumicrafts, and there's a Geyser truck. And I believe Greg Gartner's truck is a Geyser-built truck in America. So, yeah, they're all American-built. All the chassis are built in America, and then, of course, we power them up over here in Australia. But that's done for a reason, because, you know, sourcing the material that these cars are built over is too hard to find in Australia. So...
but they've still got a lot of Australian components, haven't they?
Here we go. Mick
massive
Maher.
jump by Mick Maher.
Mick Maher, what a jump.
That
was massive.
He's had a big weekend too.
He's been
driven
taking
well.
lessons off Greggy Gartner, I think. That was a massive jump at the end of the day.
But what I was getting to is all the gearboxes are AGB, so they're all built in Ballarat, which is great. And
even
so
Greg Gartner runs an ST6, which is an Australian-built gearbox. All these gearboxes are all built in Australia, down in Ballarat. So that's a feather in our cap for Australian design and construction of a gearbox that lasts. And, of course, a lot of those transmissions go overseas to America. And they're a great transmission. And Albans down there in Ballarat employ, I believe, about 90 people. And they use these transmissions all over the world. So... there are a few other transaxles they use, but I know Greg Gartner, he went from an automatic gearbox years ago when he had the trophy truck now to a what they call an ST6 gearbox, and that's certainly stepped it up a notch, and it's up the pointy end. Gee whiz, when you get a really tough track, don't you see those trophy trucks come up to the pointy end?
Yep. Yeah, and here's another one. This Tesco.
Yep. And this Tesco truck's another American-built truck, and they're built in San Diego in America. And very, very nice truck. I believe this whole vehicle was built there and then bought here. So he'd be happy. He'd be happy with that result. I don't think Mick Maher's been...
pretty excited in that in the passenger seat here. So I'm tipping they're pretty happy just to get to the finish line. They did struggle with suspension early on. We'll let these fellas get out. We'll have a quick chat.
I think this might be Mick's better result that he's had for a couple of years. Got it home, and he's up the pointy end, and he's second in class and 6th outright.
It's minus the rear guards, but they're the weak link on these trophy trucks, the rear guards, but he might have taken them off or they were damaged, but yeah, beautiful looking truck.
Got the fans back on, cooling the thing down. You've be surprised. The heat just coming off the wheels and the body of the car even. So these are a 40-inch tyre. That's a lot of horsepower you need to spin those things. They'll be wrapped to finish. I want to grab a quick chat with Ray just to see how he went in the passenger seat. Wait until he gets his helmet off. Maybe gets a gob full of water. How was it, Ray, sitting in the passenger seat there?
Wow, what an exhilarating ride. These things are amazing. My first week out in one of these things, and honestly, it's better than some sex.
That's good. And I know that you guys were in the pits earlier winding up the front end a bit. Obviously, it was bottoming out. The ruts out in the desert, they seem to be getting quite brutal towards the end.
Oh, mate, over the back there, it's soft stuff. You just can't get enough speed to sit on top. You're just bashing through them. And we're copping a flogging, the car's copping a flogging. But she's a strong truck, mate. She stood up to it, so. And Mick drove like a bloody demon. He was great. Yeah.
Good. You had no problems with vision or looking back to seeing anyone coming up from behind. Not that there was anyone really getting you guys from behind, but and also in the cockpit, in the passenger side of the vehicle. We don't hear from many navigators out here. It's all about the drivers and the trucks, I suppose. But you got screens in front of you to look at, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah, a lot going on. Mick would often ask the question what different temps were, check the diff temp, check what converter temp. So there's a lot going on for me as well as calling the notes. So I've come from a tarmac and gravel rally background, so we've introduced the pace notes to Mick's style of driving, and it's really paid off. So he's now hitting corners with a lot of confidence. He knows the grade of the corner, he knows what's over each crest. We've done some pretty extensive recce and got it into the low rants, and it's really made the difference. So we've got pretty big aspirations for the year ahead, and looking forward to heading up the Fig next.
Bloody awesome, mate. Congratulations. And we'll see you at the next round of the championship. Mick, did well, mate. 6th outright.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So far, we got the provisional at the second, I believe, still. But second in class, that's got to be reasonably good for points overall.
Yeah, no, happy with that. So I think I heard the end of Ray saying we're just trying out some new things and the car's taking off.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it worked really good. Trying out pace notes, I've never driven with them before, so...
They seem to work for you?
Yeah, no, it's a game changer. So we just sort out a few things with the car and we're learning each other. So, no, really happy. Thanks for everybody, BF Goodrich for the tyres and Tisco for building an awesome truck. And everybody that helped get me here, all the crews have been fantastic. As you know, there's a lot more to it than just driving the car around. It's all that.
Oh, definitely. There's a lot of prep goes in back at home and then a lot of clean up afterwards. It's not just go and put it in the shed and then pull it out and wash it and put it on the trailer for the next time around either.
That's for sure, yeah. So Dan McKenzie gave us the chop out. He's over at the Mint at the moment with Brett. So yeah, he gave us a real chop out getting the car ready while I went to work and paid for it all.
I know what that's like. Well done anyway, mate. We'll see you at the next round of the championship. Cheers. There are Mick Maher, 6th place in this grey demon.
Just had Narelle up here from the Rainbow Risers canteen up the top of the hill here. She's in desperate need of gold coins. So if anybody's got a pocket of gold coins and they want to exchange it for notes, that'll work really well up here at the canteen. So yeah, gold coins, $1, $2. She's desperately looking for it as far as change. Thank you.
We'll just get a little word from out on the track that the 201 car is back out again. He's obviously suffering a few more issues than what he thought.
Well, I think we're waiting on, and we know Mark Burrows has stopped somewhere on the circuit, so we don't know what's going on there with young Tommy.
within
But the
10
next
Ks
one
of the
along
finish
should be
line, mate.
Stuart Chapman. So Stewie, all the way from Queensland's been doing quite well. And then we've got David Middlemas, Craig Barnett. So there's a bit of a gap in the proceedings. Don't go away. So maybe one of the Burrows crew might be able to tell me what's wrong with Mark. VC. CV. Ah, Mark's done a CV.
Oh, that's very disappointing.
Ah, well, that happens.
Very
And
disappointing.
he knows
was
why it
fine.
happens too. And I bet you he didn't look at it. Yeah, so Mark's brand new car, he has a limit straps on the back. And what happens in rough, very rough terrain, the limit straps stretch. And if you don't adjust them over the course of the weekend, they blow CVs. So unfortunately, Mark and I will probably have a talk about that during the week. But he's been around a long time. But anyway, that's one of those things that you tend to overlook when you're racing and you've got a nice new shiny car. And both these Burrows cars, by gee, weren't they a picture at scrutineering on Friday night? And of course, they've won the best presented team, judged by the scrutineers. And I really don't know. We've got a brochure up here saying that the Bellevue Machinery judged by scrutineers on Friday night, best presented team were the Burrows cars. So I don't know what's involved in that, but anyway, I'm sure it'll come to the Burrows family a bit later on. But look at those beautiful cars on the line there. We've got the car of Greg Gartner's, just a beautiful truck, and Jamie Jennings. They've been a team for as long as I can remember, and of course, Greggy Gartner drives it absolutely beautiful. He does not back off, as we saw earlier on. And then we've got Brent Martin, our current Australian champion. He's a chip off of the old block from his father, Craig Martin. And yeah, got the Australian #1 on the roof again, same as his dad had years ago. And then what can we say about Andy Brown? He just loves off-roading, doesn't he? Of course, Andy, he goes to as many off-road races as he can throughout a year and puts in at every event. Went over to Millicent just recently and cleaned them all up in the prologue, and then had an engine issue in the race. And today he's brought it home third outright and first in class. So I tell you what, Andy says to me sometimes, Wellsy, I'm getting a bit old for this, but no, you're not, mate. You're still up the pointy end. So next one along, look at that, the young buck, Matthew Burrows. He's done an extremely good job over the weekend. This is his second year in that Jimco, and he's been punting it along very nicely. And of course, Jay Mitchell in with him, navigating. Not far behind Andy Brown. And then we've got Stephen Bowie Graham and Ella Graham, his daughter. Isn't it great to be able to go out there with your daughter and have fun? I don't know whether it would have been a great deal of fun in those big holes, but I'm sure she loves it. She loves riding with Dad, just going out in that beautiful Alumacraft, and just that's what it's all about, having a weekend away with the family. And of course, Bowie Graham, he's a top driver. He's won Class 10 class before, and he knows what it's like to be up the pointy end. And obviously Mum has no issues with the daughter riding with Dad in the car, and top effort. And of course, next one along, Mick Maher. Well, we've seen this car out before, the big Tesco truck. Beautiful looking truck, and the motor sounds a treat. Went off this morning with no rear guards on it. I don't know whether that was a ploy not to break them, but what some of the truck drivers do is they tend to take those guards off and leave them in their Pantech because they cost a lot of money. They're quite easy to break off. He started this morning with none of those on, but Mick Maher's truck certainly every bit as good as Greg Gartner's. Tesco are another mob in America that build a beautiful trophy truck. And the Geyser Brother truck of Greggy Gartner's is another beautiful truck. Very well constructed. If you saw these trucks with their clothes off, as I would say, with all the skin, all the fiberglass panels off them, they are a work of art. There's more work in one of those vehicles, would you believe, than a V8 supercar, and more tube. So there's certainly a well-constructed vehicle. So we're just waiting for our next competitor to come along, which will be 7th outright, 7th overall. Who will it be? Will it be Stuart Chapman? Will it be Dave Middlemas? Craig Barnett? Who knows? But
we can see
we're
him
not
coming
far
in
away.
down
I
the
can
bottom
see
here.
dust.
It
I
looks
can
like a
see
little
dust
white
out of the
car.
booth over to the left. We've got somebody crawling.
Possibly is a Middlemas car. It's,
But you know, it's certainly, and what a lovely day in Rainbow. I can't say enough about it's perfect off-road conditions this weekend. It's the wind, you know, to have the wind up the way it is, no dust in our face. Just sit up and enjoy the day. Unfortunately, you've had to put up with Sandy, Glenn, and I in the booth, but that's the way it goes. Nobody else put their hand up. And I can say that probably as far as spectators go, and I'm looking at the tents along the mound here, and there's tents as far as I can see, even down into the pit area, the newly constructed pit area. And that pit area, gee whiz, doesn't that look a treat with that lovely crushed white rock? Just amazing. And the spectator area in front of the pit area. So it's certainly a great racetrack. And of course we can thank the Victorian government for putting a little bit of money up and donating a few dollars to the motorsport cause and to the club and to the Rainbow Risers Event Association. Got a grant from the government, and that's why we've been able to build a beautiful pit, lovely fencing, and have what we call a real racetrack. So, no, definitely anybody that's sitting at home and watching this from home, you got to be here next year. It's just a top event. Everybody in town loves it. Friday night here, Glenn, with the whole main street closed off, the scrutineering in the main street, and they have all the vendors have food down each side of the street. You know, sausage sizzles and roast beef rolls, and the cars get scrutineered and they back into the gutter, and then all the people from around the outskirts of the area come into town, and they can walk around and they can talk to the drivers and touch the cars and walk around the cars. There's no problems with any of that. It's a massive night on Friday night here in Rainbow. And then of course Saturday action starts, and we've had the prologue yesterday morning. How exciting was that? Gee whiz. We didn't know who the winner of that was going to be until the last 4 or 5 cars. And of course Danny Brown took that one out in his Lumacraft, but unfortunately he wound the boost up and he's hurt the motor or hurt the converter in the gearbox, and he couldn't be out there today doing it. But yeah, no, it was a fantastic and very exciting prologue yesterday. But of course, six laps of this place is a hard day at the office.
Hey mate, coming down over the finish line, it is the Middlemas buggy, and I've got to tell you, that's a big gap between these top 6 and these guys, but how's that?
Yeah, but look who it is, Dave and Alice Middlemas.
They'll be ecstatic.
And here comes a Habe car too.
Got a few cars coming in now, bunched together at the back there.
Certainly goes to show you, if you keep at it, you get up there and you're up on the pointy end. They're in the top 10.
Top 10 in that car's an amazing effort.
Well, Dave and Alice Middlemas, they will be 7th outright and 3rd in class.
Aaron Habe, I suppose, with another lap to go. Or is he? Lost track because he's been in and out of the pitch. He's had dramas. No, he's heading out for his last lap now.
He had some electrical issues. tell you what, when the Habies are going, they're going well, aren't they?
Well, David and Alice Middlemas, they deserve this. It'll be our first beam car home, which is a a big effort, huge effort to get that but up in the top 7. And of course, in his class, which will be Class 1, I believe is Brent Martin, his first home in that class, and second home is Matthew Martin.
Here they come, and they will be absolutely over the moon.
And we finally got a car that was built in New Zealand.
This car actually won Griffith a few years ago, I believe, 8 or 10 years ago. Here comes Jamie Knight. We'll just wait for them to get over and get out.
Jamie Knight. He's heading out for his last lap.
We've got so many things connected to them in here. Wrist restraints, blower, air blower, tubes. They've got their comms leads, obviously their harnesses and Hans devices linked into their helmets. So it's not a 2-second job to jump out of the car, is it? Are you wrapped?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, it's good. Just glad to be back.
Looked phenomenal. I'll let you jump out.
I want him to tell us it wasn't rough, Sandy.
Was it rough?
No, just a Sunday drive.
There you go.
There's the man in the beam car.
It looked phenomenal all weekend. Any issues with the car?
Oh, no, we just, just a lot of time in the shed and a lot of good people here to help me and just driving what this car can handle. So we can't keep up with the big boys, but we can still roll along pretty well.
Well, I'll tell you what, good top 10 finish, so that's good for points in the championship, but that's a stellar effort when you consider what this car is compared to some of those bigger cars, you know?
Yeah, people say beam cars might have been dead 10 years ago, but they're still ticking over, so.
There's still a few out here this weekend too.
Yeah, no, it's good that there's a few representing still, so.
And you're on to the next round of the championship?
Yeah, wouldn't miss Hillston for quids. We've been going up there since they started again at Stackpool, and now the new track they got at Hillston's tremendous. So really looking forward to getting back up there.
No worries, congratulations. And to you, that's a stellar effort, well done. Fantastic to see.
Big hand for David Middlemas and Alice Middlemas. Great drive. Provisional 3rd in class, 7th outright. Craig Barnett, Megan Barnett. Don't know who's in that left-hand seat. You might have to find out, Sandy. It's either Megan Barnett or Gary Hardy.
Looks like Megan, mate, but... Oh, yeah, there you go. It is. Now, this is another car that's done really well all weekend, hasn't it? Fairly consistent. I don't think they had many issues. They seem to stick it out around there, and obviously maybe a little bit out suspensioned out there in the rough stuff, like the Middlemas entry. They were both probably outdone on the whoops out there, out in the back in the rough stuff.
Finally got an Aussie built on the finish line there, Sandy. A Southern Cross built in Adelaide by Bob Strawbridge.
James Tyrrell across the line, finished all his laps with a 54.42, so he would be 2nd in class 10 and about 9th, I believe.
Yeah, about 8th or 9th over the line.
Yes, great job for James Tyrrell. So
Pretty ecstatic
his
about
mum and
that
dad at
too.
home would be rapt to hear that.
I'm gonna stop you for a second before you get too comfortable and run away. How was the ride?
Oh, rough.
It was rough, huh? We've seen a lot of footage from out on the desert, and you're not the only one that's copped it out there. I've got to tell you, I saw some of the Class 7s and 8s, and they were getting beaten up out there too. So it's not just the better suspension cars.
Absolutely not. No, it was a good race.
Enjoyed it and glad to be home?
Absolutely.
Well done, congratulations. Hey mate, I followed you a bit all weekend. Done really well, really well.
No, we did. Real happy with that. Yeah, we went out with no brakes this morning, ripped the brake line off, and then went back with 3 descents, the most brakes we've had all weekend. So, yeah.
So you obviously had some issues. I know the suspension out there, some of those bigger cars, even they were getting thrown around after chatting to those guys. They felt it rough, so you probably copped it a little bit harder than some of those guys.
Oh yeah, I think everyone's copping it. When you're following someone out there, you realise you're not the only one doing it hard. It's brutal, but yeah, that's what it's about.
It's phenomenal effort anyway. Well done. Top 10. We'll see you at the next round. Here he is, the first single-seater over the line, boys.
Well, old pup, he'd be wrapped, wouldn't he?
He'll be beside himself. Mum now knows that he's finished too. There's no vomit in there, mate.
Hard day at the office on your own out there.
Pup looks like he's been sweating out there.
Oh, God, he's not fit enough.
Needs to get on the exercise bike, you reckon?
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll get a training regime in order for him before the next round. Well done, mate. I think he rounds out the top 10, is that correct?
No, he's 9th, I believe.
Ninth, mate. That's phenomenal. How was the desert? Everyone else has been saying it's rough as hell, and I've got a message from Benny out there saying that their corner's chopped out massively now, so worse than it has in years past. So how was it for you?
I think I need a new bash plate on the back. Oh man, that's so bad. It's just a real off-road race. It's the best one I've done. It's the hardest one. So. Yeah.
Nice. The car's come back in pretty much in one shape. Don't think you had too many issues with it throughout the weekend?
No, we swapped an alternator out yesterday, but that was it. It's just been running awesome. Temps have been great. Tyres have been good. Haven't had a flat. It's just been awesome. So yeah.
Bloody good to see. So not much prep before the next one. You're off to round 2, I believe.
I'm actually going to go to Fink, but I don't know. We'll see. I'll change my mind.
After Fink. All right. Well done, mate. Congratulations. Good to see you at the finish line. And that's a harder effort than many others because being a single-seater, guess what? No navigator, no one to tell you who's behind you.
Got to do it all on your own.
Everything on your own. Change your own tyres if you get a flat, the whole lot.
So a big hand for James Terrell, well, 9th overall and provisionally, and 2nd in Class 10. Great job, pup. Some of these cars, they look like you go out and do it again. They're not even dirty.
Well, Pup's car just needs a quick wipe down. It's good to go by the looks of it.
It's a long race, it's a brutal race, and these cars, like Darren says, they're looking fabulous shape.
Here's our first Can-Am home, 614, Steve Chilby. This is the man that was on top of the stack yesterday after the prologue. He put in a blinder time in the prologue yesterday. It was quite amazing. And he stayed up the top of the list there for quite a while until the big guns come out. But Steve and Matthew Smith in the Can-Am X3, what a great job. They're top 10. So, to put a Can-Am in the top 10 in these conditions, and I can tell you it's not an easy job because those Can-Ams are a little bit temperamental in the diffs. And these guys have massaged this up into the top 10 and first in their class.
Mate, they did phenomenal. We know, we did watch them on the screen earlier, getting thrown about in the desert. But obviously we know that they have some belt issues with temperatures and that sort of stuff. The car's full of sand, the seats are full of sand. I'm tipping their mouths have got a bit of sand in there somehow. He looks a little dishevelled in here. How was it, bud?
Oh, that's rough. That's hard work. Yeah, we just you just got to take your time. You can't rush these things. It just it feels slow, but yeah, brought it home. That's the main thing.
Rounded out the top 10. That's a bloody awesome effort, isn't it?
Oh, well, considering I've never ever raced off-road before, yeah, we just got a can in and thought we'd give it a crack, and here we are, so I can't be happier.
Well done. That's an awesome effort. We'll see you at round 2 of the next championship round.
Oh, 100%. That's home for us. So we're out of Griffith, so yeah, definitely 100% we'll be at Hillston. Whether it'll be in this or not, I don't know. We'll see.
You're already upgrading?
Oh, possibly. We'll see.
Righto, mate. Well done. See you again. There you go. First of the Class 6s. Another Class 6 coming in 11th. So
there's a great effort. Simon Gubbins and Ben Lugg. Wow, what a great drive. And 614. That's 614 Steve Chilby and Matthew Smith.
we just see young Chappie come over. 11th place, so I'm sure the Chapmans will be wrapped about that. We might grab the top 3 driver and navigators up to the podium, please, if you're free.
Yeah, back to us, is it?
If we can get Andy Brown and Danny Hardman.
Andy Brown, Danny Hardman up to the dais, please.
Up to the podium, Brent and Andre.
Andre D. Simone up to the podium.
And Jamie and obviously Greg Gartner.
Greggy Gartner. I think he's down in the pit signing babies' heads. But we need Greggy Gartner, Jamie Jennings, Brent Martin, Andre D. Simone, Andy Brown, Danny Hardman. The hard man up to the podium, please, for the presentation. Geez, I tell you what, all these drivers will sleep well tonight, Glenn. When you've done a race like this, I have done a few over the years like that, and you get out, every bone in your body's aching, but you feel accomplished for all the hard work that you've done. I do feel sorry for the people who have broken down out there, especially the ones that have broken down very short of the finishing line and put in a lot of hard yards over the last few months. But that's off-road racing. We know what it's like. We've all done it. We've all been there.
I tell you what, Wellesley, Stu Chapman's made a little bit of a good comeback, hasn't he? With problems yesterday. He's just come over the line, just got out of the car. Looks pretty excited to be at the finish line, don't you?
Yeah, that one's rough out there. I'm glad to get that one done. I felt like I was back in the Class 7 car, but no, it's pretty good.
Well done, mate. Congratulations. And hopefully we'll see you at the next few rounds.
Yeah, sounds good. See you then.
Yeah, big hand to Stewie Chapman. He's done a great drive today.
Another single-seater, so that's blooming hard work.
Yeah, she's a hard day in a single-seater.
And mate, we're going to get down here. The top 3 cars, and the driver and navigator of the top 3 cars. A little bit of a trophy presentation while we wait for the remainder of the cars to come over the line.
While you're there, Sandy, I'd like to thank ARB as a major sponsor and Mickey Thompson Tyres and, of course, Raceline Wheels coming on board this year. Without these people, we don't have races like this, and it's gone off fantastically over the weekend. And, of course, Victorian Off-Road Racing Association, VORA, for putting it on. So, no, it's certainly an event that all these people will keep coming back to. It's a proper off-road race. It's a tough day, a tough 2 days. And that's what we build these cars for. Sorts out the men from the boys.
All right, well, we may as well start here and get up on third position. The Grand Poobah of ARB, Andy Brown and Danny Hardman. Well done, guys. Step up on our... he might need a hand up here. No, we got you a set of steps, mate, just for you. And third position. Well done, Danny. And in second position, last year's championship leader, winner, Brent Martin, Andre De Simone, in the number one buggy. They did a phenomenal effort. They also had a few little issues. Well done, boys. Phenomenal. Be good to see. And we'll just wait for this car to, as there's Dean Miller over the finish line, he'll be wrapped with that. And the winners this year of the ARB Big Desert 480, folks, none other than Greg Gartner and Jamie Jennings. They were flying all weekend. Crazy effort and absolutely phenomenal. Good to see. These guys all pushed all weekend. None of them weren't out there without some form of issue, I'm sure. So if we can put our hands together for first, second and third place for the first round of the ARB Australian Off-Road Racing Championship here at Rainbow. Well done, folks. Well, I'm going to cop some here too if I'm not careful. There you have it. The top three separate classed cars. Amazing effort. Thank you, guys. Well done. Put your hands together, please. I'll get these guys in for a quick photo together up the top. Yeah, jump up for a quick pic, please. And I'm sure we're going to see all these guys at the next round out at Hillston, a couple of months away, and then on to the final two rounds, Goondiwindi, and we've got the Pines over in South Australia to round out the championship this year. So thank you, everybody. We'll stay here and let you know what's going on out on the track with the remainder of the cars, and we'll do a trophy presentation shortly. Cheers, folk.